Chapter 751. Hua Tianyi's terrifying palm attack enveloped the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. Disperse! Wang Li shouted. Immediately, the group of people retreated. Boom! The terrifying palm attack missed, and the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered again. Damn it, how dare you fight back? The three Hao brothers were furious. Brothers, beat him up. Immediately, the disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion attacked the people of Ravenous Wolf Gang in the illusion array. In a situation where they had the absolute advantage, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion fought very happily. On the other side, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the Dark Red Dragon quietly entered the depths of the valley. They did not alert anyone. Under the Dark Red Dragon's array, even the Frost Snow Beast was fooled. Ha! Snow lanterns, I'm coming! The Dark Red Dragon was excited. The nest of the Frost Snow Beasts was right in front of them. The three of them entered and searched quickly. Finally, they found the snow lanterns mentioned by the Dark Red Dragon. They were snow-white and shaped like lanterns. They were the size of a fist. There were 5 of them, and Lin Xian took all of them. However, he only took the fruits and did not touch the plants. With the snow lanterns in hand, Lin Xian gave 1 each to Murong Qingqing and the Dark Red Dragon. Then, he put the remaining 3 into his storage ring. There's something inside? Suddenly, he frowned and walked in. In the next moment, he was stunned. In the depths of the cave, there were 3 azure blue eggs. They were the size of a millstone. Damn good stuff. If I eat it, I can recover my origin. The Dark Red Dragon exclaimed, saliva dripping down. As if feeling the threat of the Dark Red Dragon, the 3 eggs trembled slightly. In the next moment, an angry roar was heard. It was as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Not good, the Frost Snow Beast found out. Let's go. Lin Xian's expression changed. He did not care about anything else. He pulled Murong Qingqing and ran. The Dark Red Dragon also cursed in a low voice. It looked at the 3 azure blue pills unwillingly and quickly left. These 3 eggs had already gained intelligence. He had no chance to steal them. If he tried to steal them by force, he would most likely be targeted by the Frost Snow Beast. With his current strength, he was completely unable to defeat that ice beast. Damn it, you 3 little things are lucky. The Dark Red Divine Dragon transformed into a streak of red light and quickly escaped from the cave. On the other side, the Frost Snow Beast sensed its child's cry for help. It was enraged. As if it had gone mad, its aura surged, and it broke the 6,000-year cold iron chains. Bang! A powerful force of wind and snow gushed out, blowing Hua Tianyi and the other 2 away. Damn it, why did this guy suddenly go crazy? The green-clothed woman's face turned pale. Hua Tianyi's expression didn't look good either. They didn't manage to snatch many spiritual herbs, and the Frost Beast here went crazy again. They were really unlucky. Boom, boom. On the ground, huge icicles pierced out, densely packed. There were at least 1,000 icicles. It was a terrifying sight. In the sky, the river of ice flowed in reverse, and the cold air was oppressive, enveloping the surroundings. The Frost Snow Beast roared angrily and spat out ice and frost, causing the entire valley to freeze. Not good, this beast has really gone crazy. Hua Tianyi and the other 2's expressions changed drastically, and they turned to leave. However, in the next moment, the void fluctuated, and a terrifying sword chi slashed over. It flashed like a waterfall with a sharp aura, causing people's hearts to tremble. In an instant, it struck Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi didn't expect a sneak attack at this time, so by the time he reacted, the sword chi had already slashed his body. He could only face it head-on. However, the sword chi was too powerful and sent him flying. Bang, bang. Not only Hua Tianyi, but the other 2 members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were also attacked and sent flying. Moreover, that direction happened to be where the Frost Snow Beast was. Damn it, who is it? Hua Tianyi went crazy. He used all his strength to stop his body and dodged the Frost Snow Beast's attack with difficulty. He looked around angrily, but he only saw 3 afterimages disappearing in the sky. The ones who launched the sneak attack were Lin Xian and the others. They didn't stop and directly met up with the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the others saw Lin Xian and cheered in surprise. Let's go, leave the valley. Lin Xian said. Yes. No one delayed and they all moved quickly. They had all heard the terrifying sound just now. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xian hadn't returned yet, they would have left long ago. At this moment, Lin Xian had returned and almost all the spirit herbs had been picked. Moreover, they had beaten up the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang and had no reason to stay. Let's go! More than 30 people soared into the sky, turned into rays of light, and left the valley. Not long after Lin Xian left, Hua Tianyi and the other two arrived. Brother Hua! The people from the Greedy Wolf Gang wailed. They were all covered in wounds and looked very miserable. What was even more unfortunate was that they didn't manage to snatch many spirit herbs. This time, it could be said that they had lost. Brother Hua, it's that kid Lin Xian. Yes, it's the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. We've been tricked. The faces of the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang turned green. Let's leave this place first. Hua Tianyi's eyes were gloomy. His heart was filled with killing intent, but he had to leave first. Behind them, the frost snow beast ran over. Balls of ice fell and filled the entire sky. Let's go! The people from the Greedy Wolf Gang were terrified and ran for their lives. Like stray dogs, they screamed and ran away from the valley. Lin Xian and the others came out of the valley and ran all the way back to the academy. Then, they gathered together and activated the 12 formations of Azure Cloud to form a solid defense. Then, they began to distribute the spirit herbs. First, there were the snow lanterns. They were given to Murong Qingqing and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian still had 3 left. He kept one for himself and gave one to the snow-white little monkey. He planned to make the remaining one into spirit wine and distribute it to the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. As for the spirit herbs, the snow-white little monkey had snatched more than 50 stalks, which was enough for everyone. This was a great harvest. Wang Li and the others were in a good mood. Not only did we get the spirit herbs and spirit wine, but more importantly, we taught the Greedy Wolf Gang a lesson. Those guys are probably miserable now. How can they not be miserable? If it were me, I would definitely be sullen. But the more miserable they are, the happier I am. Everyone laughed. At this moment, angry voices suddenly came from the sky. Lin Xian, get out here. Dragon Sword Pavilion, come out and die. The voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings and attracting the attention of the other students. Hua Tianyi led more than 30 people and stood in the sky. His body was surging with killing intent as if he wanted to eat people. Not only that, these people were all injured and looked to be in a sorry state. What's going on? Aren't these people from the Greedy Wolf Gang? Why are they here again? I heard that they're here to find Lin Xian. Could it be that they're here for revenge? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they're taking revenge, they can't be in such a sorry state. Could it be that it's not because of last time, but because something happened? Everyone guessed and were shocked. Below, Lin Xian and the others heard the voice of the Greedy Wolf Gang and immediately sneered. These bastards came quite quickly. Brother Xian, what should we do? Everyone asked. Chapter 752. Lin Xian led the Dragon Sword Pavilion out, quickly attracting the attention of the crowd. It can't be, he still dares to come out? Isn't he courting death? Yeah, the Greedy Wolf Gang sent over 30 people this time. I'm afraid no one can contend against them, right? Everyone shook their heads. In the sky, Hua Tianyi and the rest were filled with killing intent when they saw Lin Xian coming out. Brat, no one can save you if you dare to target the Greedy Wolf Gang. Do you believe that today will be the day you die? Hua Tianyi's gaze was cold as well. He said in a stern voice, hand over those things, then kneel down and apologize. Perhaps this matter can be resolved. Otherwise, you can just wait to be tortured. I dare to guarantee that from today onwards, there will be no place for you in the Immortal Martial Academy. Who is this? So arrogant? How sneered. I don't know, looks like a beggar. Lying through your teeth. Is that a beggar? Beggars are much cleaner than them. I think it's more like a stray dog. Haha. The Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples roared with laughter. Lin Xian was also smiling as he looked at the sky. Apologize? What a joke. He didn't think that the other party would be so kind as to solve the problem with an apology. Moreover, only one of them could exist between him and the greedy wolf gang. Hearing the words of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, the surrounding students were shocked. This was a naked provocation. No, this was a slap in the face in front of everyone. How could the greedy wolf gang tolerate this? As expected, before the laughter of the Dragon Sword Pavilion faded, the greedy wolf gang was already enraged. Courting death. The greedy wolf gang was enraged. They waved their palms and slapped downwards. Boom. The huge palm of light was blocked in midair and collided with a light screen, causing a rumbling sound. Then, the palm of light was reflected back. It was blocked? The greedy wolf gang was stunned. Then, their faces turned even gloomier. Boom, boom, boom. Another person attacked. Terrifying beams of light descended, rushing towards Lin Xian and the rest. However, no one was able to pass through the light screen. All of them were blocked. What? How is this possible? What kind of formation is this? Why is it so powerful? Everyone was dumbstruck. That was the attack of more than 10 experts, yet it actually didn't break through. This defense was too terrifying. What do a bunch of country bumpkins know? Below, the dark red divine dragon was disdainful. The 12 formations of Azure Cloud was a famous ancient formation. Moreover, it was personally set up by it, so its power was extremely strong. This was something that Lin Xian had specifically requested. It was impossible for these people to break it. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? Why is it so evil? The greedy wolf gang members' expressions turned ugly when they saw that the light screen was still intact. Brat, come out if you dare! The members of the greedy wolf gang shouted angrily. Come in if you have the ability. This young master will crush you to death with one hand. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion sneered. They would not lose in a war of words. What Dragon Sword Pavilion? So it's just a bunch of useless cowards who don't even dare to step out of their doors. Io, how are the greedy wolves doing? Isn't it just that they came to the academy a few years earlier? They can't beat the established factions and can only bully the freshmen. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. That's right. What kind of ability is bullying the freshmen? If you have the ability, wait for this young master to cultivate for a few years and destroy you in minutes. Wang Li and the others sneered. Lin Xian, this is your Dragon Sword Pavilion? You don't even have the courage to fight, so what kind of club are you forming? Hua Tianyi said coldly. I think you're mistaken. Lin Xian laughed. We're not hiding. Instead, we're standing here openly. It's your own fault for not being able to enter. How can you blame others? Senior, I only want to ask one thing. Have you wasted so many years of cultivation on dogs? Hearing Lin Xian's arrogant and domineering words, the surrounding students could not help but laugh. This guy really knew how to insult others. You're courting death. Hua Tianyi's pupils shrank as he quickly threw out a punch. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as ripples appeared on the defensive light screen. However, it gradually calmed down and did not shatter. It's blocked. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Hua Tianyi's face turned ugly. No one dared to underestimate him. Anyone who dared to underestimate him had already been trampled under his feet. Now, Lin Xian had actually slapped his face in front of everyone. This was something he could not tolerate. If it was any other time, he would have already trampled Lin Xian under his feet. However, that damned formation had stopped everything, so he could only watch helplessly. Young Master Hua, we're here to help you. The green-clothed girl and the dark-skinned man also walked forward and stood side by side with Hua Tianyi. The three experts attacked together. Immediately, the surrounding people exclaimed. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure this time. Even the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were worried. However, Lin Xian was still smiling as he looked at the sky. He was not nervous at all. This was a formation set up by the dark red divine dragon. Others might not know how powerful it was, but he knew. Not to mention Hua Tianyi and the other two, even a third sky supremacy might not be able to break it. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. Laughing? I'll make you lie at my feet like a dog in a while. Hua Tianyi's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a low shout, the three of them attacked together. Their terrifying attacks shook the surroundings, shocking everyone. However, the defensive light barrier still did not break. How is this possible? Hua Tianyi was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The three of them were second sky supremacies. When the three of them joined forces, their power was absolutely terrifying. However, they could not break the defensive light barrier. What kind of formation was this? Not only Hua Tianyi, but everyone was also very confused. In particular, the other freshmen were very envious. This was the safest defense base. Looks like your strength is not as good as your mouth. Lin Xian shrugged. Take your time. I'm going to cultivate. After saying that, he turned around and left. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion also looked at the sky mockingly. Then they all raised their middle fingers. You want to break the formation? In your next life. Go back. The group of people mocked and left as well. Damn it, damn it. Hua Tianyi was so angry that he went crazy. He had a lot of skills, but he could not use them. I don't believe that you will hide in there for the rest of your lives. All of you listen up. Send people to take turns to monitor them. As long as they dare to come out, immediately report to me. Hua Tianyi said with hatred. Then he waved his sleeve and quickly left. The other members of the Greedy Wolf Gang also left. They really did not have the face to stay here. Only 2 disciples were left to monitor the movements of Lin Xian and the others. Brother Xian, we are being monitored. It seems that the other party is not willing to let this go. Wang Li was a little worried. Monitoring? Then let them monitor us. Lin Xian sneered. Then what should we do? Cultivate, all of you go back and cultivate. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. From now on, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Stay here and cultivate until the freshman assembly begins. Freshman assembly? Everyone's eyes lit up and then they all laughed. Chapter 753. In the following days, Lin Xian and the rest didn't go out. Instead, they focused on cultivating and preparing for the freshman competition. A single snow lantern allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to improve and consolidate. Now, the blood and qi in his body were like an ocean, surging and roaring with endless power. Other than that, he mainly comprehended the 4-season sword technique and concocted some pills in his spare time. Soon, over 10 days had passed and the freshman competition was getting closer. Lin Xian gathered everyone and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow is the freshman competition. I don't expect you to get first place, but I want you to do your best to get a satisfactory ranking. Now, not only are you representing yourselves, you are also representing the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This time, let's show them the glory of our Dragon Sword Pavilion." The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted with excitement. All right, go back and relax and prepare for tomorrow's competition. On the second day, when the sun had just risen, the entire Immortal Martial Academy was in an uproar. Countless freshmen were excited and rubbed their fists, wanting to show off their abilities. They had gone through countless difficulties and finally entered the Immortal Martial Academy, winning the envy of the outside world. However, after entering the Immortal Martial Academy, everything had to start from scratch. They were the lowest level of freshmen and needed a competition to prove themselves. And the freshman competition was undoubtedly the best stage. Every year's freshman competition would receive special attention because these fresh blood could soar into the sky in the future. They wanted to use this competition to distinguish who was the real dragon. Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard. He happened to see Murong Qingqing. The two of them smiled and gathered together. Soon after, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also gathered together. This time, they were dressed in black with a dragon-shaped sword embroidered on their sleeves. Each of them was in high spirits and looked extraordinary. Not only them, but all the students in the first freshman area were excited and couldn't wait to start the competition. All right, We can temporarily remove the defensive formation. At this time, the ravenous wolf gang won't dare to find trouble, Lin Xian said with a smile. Soon, a cloud flew over from afar. It was like purple chi coming from the east, carrying a trace of mystery and dominance. In an instant, the purple mist appeared above the freshman area. The mist rolled and condensed into a human figure. It was the middle-aged instructor from before, the square-faced middle-aged man, Instructor Gua. Little guys, are you ready? If you're ready, follow me. After saying that, he turned around and flew into the distance. Countless new students followed behind the middle-aged man. Go! Lin Xian took a deep breath and waved his hand. Then, he led the Dragon Sword Pavilion's people into the air as well. Their bodies were like divine rainbows, flying through the air like a meteor shower. It was very beautiful. Under the lead of the middle-aged man, they flew towards the northern region of the Immortal Martial Academy. At the same time, countless figures rose up from the other freshman areas, transforming into streams of light and flying away. The scene was spectacular and shocking. All the way to the north, everyone's speed was very fast, but they still flew for half an incense stick's worth of time before gradually slowing down. In front of them, there were mountains and a vast forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Not far away, there was a 10,000 feet tall mountain with steep cliffs, giving off a sharp feeling. However, the peak of the mountain was flat, as if it had been cut off by a sword, and a super large platform had appeared. Everyone's foothold was the vast platform. Not long after Lin Xian and the rest landed, there was another fluctuation in the sky. 2 rays of light flew over at lightning speed. At first, they were the furthest away, but in the blink of an eye, they were above everyone's heads. Along with them, there was a surging spiritual chi, as well as a pressure that was unintentionally released. Every trace of spiritual chi was shocking. Lin Xian raised his head and saw the 2 people in the sky. The person on the left was an old man with a sage-like demeanor, while the person on the right was a young lady in her 20s. However, her eyes revealed a sense of vicissitudes. The combination of a young appearance and the vicissitudes of life in her eyes could be said to be very strange. However, Lin Xian knew that she should be an expert with a technique to retain her youthful appearance. Although she looked young, her actual age was unknown. She had lived for a few hundred years. The young lady elder swept her gaze below and the corners of her lips curled up. There are a few good seedlings this time. Looks like there will be a big change in the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard soon. Then, she lowered her head again and said slowly, the 2 of us will be hosting the competition this time. You can call me Elder Hua, and this is Elder Yang. Greetings, elders. The freshmen below shouted in unison. That's enough. The young lady elder gestured with her hands, and the freshmen below immediately quietened down. Next, I'll talk about the freshman competition. Do you see the mountain peak opposite? There's a golden bell on the mountain peak. Whoever rings it first will be the champion. Mountain peak, golden bell? The crowd was stunned. This was a little different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that it would be a single elimination tournament. They had not expected it to be such a competition. However, it seemed that this competition would not be too difficult. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the giant mountain in front of him. To be honest, the mountain peak was not close to where they were. However, they could see it clearly because it was too big. The Black Mountain Peak was 10,000 feet tall and pierced through the clouds. It was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Not only that, the mountain also emitted a different kind of aura. It was like a dormant ancient beast, bringing with it a sense of oppression. Looking at everyone's expression, the young lady elder Hua chuckled. Let's talk about the rewards. First place, 1 million spiritual value points. Second place, 500 spiritual value points. Third place, 200 spiritual value points. The rest will be calculated in this way. Not only that, the top 3 will also have a chance to enter the Hall of Divinity. That is something left behind by a king. Chapter 755. Several figures retreated from the void and landed on the mountain path. At the same time, More than 10 martial artists surrounded Lin Xian. These people had cold expressions and powerful auras. They were all in the honorable realm. There was a red sun on their chests that seemed to be rising. They are Zhou Su's men. They are from the Rising Sun Hall. Murong Qingqing said from the side. Zhou Su. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He remembered that there was a fierce young man who had confronted him in the True Spirit Hall. He had almost forgotten about it. He did not expect the other party to make a move at this time. Kid, if you know what's good for you, stay where you are. The 10 figures around him snorted and stepped out at the same time. Their auras erupted and swept out in all directions like waves. These people were all in the honorable realm. This was too terrifying. Even a level 2 honorable realm would not be able to withstand the joint forces of 10 level 1 honorables. And now, these people had joined forces to stop Lin Xian. The freshmen who had rushed over were also shocked. They did not stay and left quickly. They did not want to be implicated and did not want to stand out. Hence, they left very quickly. Kid, the first place of the freshman competition belongs to our brother Su. Don't even think about it. One of the young martial artists snorted. Brother Su. Lin Xian sneered. If he was so confident, he wouldn't have stopped me. Brother Su doesn't take you seriously. He just wants to teach you a lesson this time. Attack! The young man shouted coldly. Then, the surrounding figures rushed out quickly. Lin Xian said to Murong Qingqing who was beside him. Then, their auras erupted and blasted out in all directions. Murong Qingqing waved her hands and enveloped the 5 people nearby. Lin Xian also pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword and a terrifying sword radiance swept out in all directions. A great battle broke out. Terrifying spiritual energy surged and formed a special place thousands of miles away. The freshmen and demonic beasts did not dare to come close. The sword radiance was like the wind and the swift spiritual energy arrived in front of a martial artist in an instant. Condense. The martial artist condensed armor and punched out with both fists. Crack crack. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian's sword light. In an instant, it had cut through his defense and left a sword mark on his body. If he hadn't shown mercy, this sword strike would have been enough to take his life. Lin Xian had already entered the honorable realm and become a true honorable realm. His strength had already reached the 2nd level of the honorable realm. Therefore, he did not feel any pressure when facing these first-rank venerables. As the 4 swords pierced out, the 4 first-level venerables were injured and retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to continue fighting. Only the young man who spoke earlier was left in the field. The young man's name was Yin Feng. He was very powerful and had already reached the peak of the 1st level of Venerable Realm. This time, he had received Zhou Su's orders to stop Lin Xian. He had a life-saving 1st-level Venerable in his hands, so he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. But now, in just an instant, the 4 warriors had already fallen, leaving only him. Brat, I will let you know how powerful I am. Yin Feng roared and waved his fists. He immediately used his martial soul. 2 balls of light condensed on his fists. 1 ball of green light formed a terrifying storm, while the other ball of brown light was like a rock on the earth. Yin Feng had actually comprehended 2 attributes. Taste my double-kill fist. Terrifying spiritual energy surged. The 2 attributes carried a terrifying attack and began to surge towards Lin Xian. Double attribute? Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. If the other party was someone else, it might be effective. But against him, there was no chance at all. In his hands, he had more than just 2 attributes. Therefore, facing Yin Feng's attack, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In the next moment, he waved the Wind Shadow Sword and a fiery red sword chi surged out. Flames shot out in all directions and a heat wave surged into the sky. Above the flames, there were golden arcs of lightning circling around. The lightning and fire intersected, and it was terrifying. What? The lightning and fire attributes? Yin Feng's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to also have 2 attributes. What was laughable was that he did not know that the lightning and fire attributes were only two of Lin Xian's many attributes. If he were to reveal the truth, he would probably faint from fright. The lightning and fire sword chi surged and slashed Yinfeng's attack away. Then, it quickly slammed into his body. Yinfeng spat out blood and fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect that he would be defeated in one move. At the same time, Murong Qingqing also stopped attacking. Under her feet, 5 first-rank supremacies were wailing in pain. 10 first-rank supremacies were defeated in an instant. The eyelids of the passing freshmen twitched when they saw this scene. Zhou Su, right? Since you provoked me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He ignored the 10 fellows on the ground and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing left once again. Just as Lin Xian was charging towards the mountain peak, there were also a few powerful figures in other directions. They led the crowd and rushed towards the mountain peak. One of them was tall and straight. His aura was sharp like a sword that could kill. What, Lin Xian? He's just a clown. The first place of the freshman is mine. Zhou Su's eyes shone brightly. He had unlimited confidence. In the distance, a shocking blade light lit up and slashed a demonic beast in half. Xiao Li's expression was cold as he rushed towards the mountain peak. Lin Xian, I look forward to fighting with you. On the other side, Dongfang Fenghuang, Lan Bai, Shen Yaotian, and the others were charging with all their might. The mountain peak was very tall and dangerous. After climbing the mountain path, Lin Xian realized that he could not fly because it was too dangerous. Therefore, he and Murong Qingqing chose to go on the ground. In the forest, a pair of sharp claws appeared and grabbed at the two of them. The sword light flashed and destroyed the claws. At this time, dozens of dark green vines quietly approached Lin Xian and Xiao Li like poisonous snakes, waiting for the right time. Suddenly, these vines burst out and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian. The branches had poisonous thorns that could easily kill a venerable martial artist. In an instant, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were entangled and quickly pulled to the back. Gulp. 2 huge brown petals suddenly opened like 2 terrifying mouths with sharp teeth on them. They bit at the 2 of them. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The armor on his body flickered and shattered the vines. At the same time, he threw a punch. Terrifying flames intertwined and formed a fire beast that burned the man-eating demonic flower. On the other side, a crystal lotus appeared on Murong Qingqing's body. It was very dreamy and cut the other party in an instant. Then, the 9-petaled lotus danced in the air and formed a terrifying rotating force that shredded all the plants within 100 meters. What a terrifying woman! Lin Xian wiped his sweat and quickly walked up. We're almost halfway there. Most of the demonic beasts here are at the demon general level, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I wonder what terrifying things there are above. Chapter 756. Murong Qingqing was a little worried about Elder Hua's warning. Lin Xian nodded as well. Let's be careful. There might be some powerful beasts up there. The 2 of them raised their guard and headed up the mountain. Their journey was smooth. Are we worrying too much? Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. Maybe. Murong Qingqing frowned. However, in the next moment, a shocking roar came from afar. It turned into rolling thunder and shook the surroundings. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. Wherever they passed, rocks and trees were broken. This is... Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were shocked as they looked up in disbelief. They were just starting to doubt Elder Hua's warning when something happened. Save me! Countless screams could be heard as many martial artists escaped from above. Their faces were filled with shock. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as rows of trees fell. A huge black shadow walked in the forest with a terrifying aura. Below, countless martial artists were running for their lives. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also retreated to a safe place and looked up. In the forest above, a 100-meter-tall giant ape walked upright. Its body was covered in fur and there was a vertical eye in the middle of its head. It had 8 arms on both sides of its body and they were constantly waving. Every time they waved, there was a shocking aura. Boom. The 8 arms waved and slapped the martial artists in front of it away. It even created a vacuum in the forest. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. 8-armed demon ape. It was ranked 197th on the Earth board. Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice. No wonder Elder Hua warned us. There is a hidden Earth-board demonic beast here. Lin Xian's face darkened. An adult 8-armed demon ape was extremely powerful. It was probably at least a 5th-layer martial honor. Fortunately, the 8-armed demon ape in front of them did not have a member. It was only in its infancy and its strength was equivalent to a 3rd-layer martial honor. Although it could not fight back, it could still escape. Boom. The 8-armed demon ape waved its arms and they were like 8 heavenly pillars that shot out in all directions. One of the palms just so happened to be aimed at Lin Xian and Li Qia. Everything near the palm shattered, and a powerful aura enveloped Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, as if it wanted to crush them. As expected of a demonic beast ranked on the Earth ranking. It's already so strong in its infancy. Lin Xian felt the pressure. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He tapped his foot and retreated. Before the palm arrived, the terrifying palm wind had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. Murong Qingqing also retreated. As soon as the two of them left, the Vajra palm fell, cracking the ground, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the center. The strength of the 8-armed demonic ape shocked everyone. Those freshmen who wanted to go over were all blasted down. Many people looked forward with ugly expressions. The road up the mountain had been blocked, so they could only break through. However, when faced with this terrifying 8-armed demon ape, no one had any information. Let's go to the sky. Many people looked at the sky and had a new idea. Suddenly, someone gave it a try. His body flashed, and he turned into a shocking rainbow, rushing into the sky. The 8-armed demon ape was only 100 meters tall. They just had to cross this line of defense. Many people had the same idea, but in the next moment, their expressions changed again. This was because a huge black shadow had appeared in the sky. It was like a dark cloud, covering the sky. Within the dark cloud, there was a pair of scarlet rays of light, like 2 suns, hanging in the sky. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura. The aura was even stronger than the 8-armed demon apes. This is a demonic beast. Everyone was shocked, and the martial artists in the sky ran for their lives. Boom! A gray aura gushed out and filled the sky, surrounding the few people in the sky. One of them threw out a middle-grade spiritual rank shield, and it turned into a defensive barrier of more than 10 meters in the sky. However, in an instant, it was corroded by the gray mist. A black hole appeared in the middle of the shield, and it gradually expanded. In the end, the entire shield turned into a pool of molten iron. What? How could this be? Countless people were shocked. The gray mist was too terrifying. Even a middle-grade spiritual rank artifact could not withstand it. At this moment, no one dared to think about escaping in the sky. Roar! The few people in the sky ran away, but the 8-armed demon ape on the mountain road roared angrily. It waved its 8 arms and roared towards the sky. In the sky, the demonic beast in the shape of a black cloud roared as well. It let out a low roar, and its aura was boiling. The confrontation between the 2 powerful demonic beasts made the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Many of the freshmen' hearts were in their mouths as they watched nervously. It was not impossible to let the 2 demonic beasts fight. This way, they would have a chance to escape. Lin Xian thought in his heart. In the next moment, he had an idea. After reminding Murong Qingqing in a low voice, Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He controlled the spiritual qi between heaven and earth and condensed an arm near the 8-armed demon ape. Its appearance was almost the same as the 8-armed demon ape's arm. At the same time, he used the concept of wind, causing a violent wind to blow in the sky, and the vision became dark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian used the arm condensed from spiritual qi to grab a small mountain and threw it into the sky. Boom! Like a meteorite, it flew up into the sky. In the sky, the demonic beast in the shape of a black cloud was enraged. It spat out even more gray mist, which enveloped the 8-armed demon ape below. When the 8-armed demon ape saw the other party attack, it roared as well. It waved its 8 arms and threw the nearby boulders and trees into the sky. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, revealing its blood-red fangs. Countless amounts of spiritual chi condensed in front of it. Accompanied by a powerful demonic power, it formed a yellow energy ball. The energy overflowing from the ball was enough to kill any martial artist below the 3rd heaven venerable realm. "Let's go!" Lin Xian roared and left with Murong Qingqing. The two of them were very fast. They turned into rays of light and rushed towards the top of the mountain. The others also reacted and escaped. The battle between the two demonic beasts was definitely not something they could contend against. They might as well take the opportunity to leave. Lin Xian took the lead and quickly ran forward. Chapter 757. Roars could be heard from time to time in the dense forest, and there were also countless flashes of light. Along with it, there was also a terrifying energy fluctuation. With the appearance of the demonic beasts on the Earth ranking, the freshman assessment was divided into 2 groups. Those weaker martial artists couldn't pass at all, while those stronger martial artists could only run all the way to the peak. Above the clouds, the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were watching the scene below. "Interesting, these little fellows are stronger than expected," the sage-like elder said with a smile. Elder Huan narrowed his eyes. I think they should know my warning now. But there's still a surprise later." A group of people looked at the mountain range below and discussed. In the mountain range below, Lin Xian displayed his Earth rank identity and increased his speed to the maximum, quickly dodging the attacks of the demonic beasts and leaving with Murong Qingqing. Gradually, they approached the peak. However, the environment here was even more dangerous. Almost all the beasts here were demon generals. Luckily, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had extraordinary skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a terrifying and sharp force pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Clang! Murong Qingqing waved her hand and shot out a lotus flower, blocking the attack. Then, the two of them looked behind them cautiously. There was a demonic beast there. Its body was covered in scales, and there was a sharp spike on its head that flickered with a cold light. Around it, there was a flash of light that was like a dancing light, flickering and flickering. That demonic beast stared at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, and the light on its body flickered even more intensely. In the end, it gradually became translucent and rushed over. "What is that?" Lin Xian was shocked. He had never seen such a demonic beast before. The floating light beast specialized in stealth and assassination attacks. It was very troublesome, Murong Qingqing said in a low voice. As she spoke, the floating light beast had already rushed over. Its figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Buzz. Lin Xian frowned and quickly moved to the side. In the next moment, a sharp spike appeared where he was originally standing, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This attack was truly strange. Fortunately, his soul force was outstanding and he was able to sense it in advance. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have already been injured. However, even though the floating light beast was strange, it was still not enough to injure it. The sword chi in his body surged, forming a sword chi field with a diameter of 10 meters around Lin Xian, spinning rapidly. Streaks of sword chi were as fast as lightning as they intertwined with one another, seemingly capable of destroying everything. With this sword chi domain, Lin Xian was not afraid of the floating light beast's sudden attack. On the other side, Murong Qingqing was surrounded by 9-petaled lotuses, forming a screen of light that was equally powerful. Clang, clang. The floating light beast's attacks were all blocked by the two of them. Damn, are you addicted? Lin Xian was a little angry when he saw that the floating light beast refused to give up. Then, he pulled out the wind shadow sword and swung it. Red storm. Countless sword chi surged, forming a huge and terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. The terrifying sword chi swept out, destroying everything. No matter how strange the floating light beast was, it was only a 1-star demon general. In terms of attack power, it was no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, when it was surrounded by the sword qi, it was quickly pierced through. Gulp. The illusory body of the floating light beast appeared, and it fell to the ground with countless sword qi stuck in its body. Pumph. Lin Xian withdrew his sword and snorted coldly. At this moment, Murong Qingqing's expression changed slightly, and she quickly reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and saw the void ripple to the side, and a few more figures appeared. 4 floating light beasts, 3 of them were 1-star demon generals, and the larger one in the middle was a 2-star demon general. With such a lineup, coupled with that strange attack, it was really terrifying. Lin Xian saw this scene and pursed his lips. He muttered, "There are more?" Murong Qingqing sighed. "Let's go. Our target is not them, but the mountaintop." Lin Xian nodded. He could use his trump card to kill these floating light beasts, but this was not a hunting competition. It was a competition of speed and time. Therefore, the two of them looked at each other and quickly left. Their figures swayed, and like 2 rainbows, they disappeared quickly. Behind them, the 4 floating light beasts roared when they saw Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing escaping. Their bodies turned transparent, and they quickly chased after them. Fortunately, the two of them had exquisite movement techniques and managed to shake off the floating light beasts. In the end, the two of them finally left the belly of the mountain and arrived at the mountaintop. Seeing the mountaintop in front of them, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from behind them, followed by several powerful auras. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing turned around and saw Xiao Li, Lan Bai, Dongfang Phoenix, and the others rushing out of the forest. Behind them were several powerful demon generals. It seemed that they were all attacked by the demon generals. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Soon, he frowned again because the demon generals behind them did not stop attacking. Instead, they continued to chase after them. In this way, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing would also be surrounded. When Dongfang Phoenix saw Lin Xian, her face lit up. She revealed a sly smile and flew toward them. Damn it! That crazy woman! Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and he quickly left. It was no joke to be surrounded by so many demon generals. These prodigies did not fight head-on. Instead, they chose to retreat and set off toward the mountaintop. Rays of light lit up like countless shooting stars across the sky. Finally, the group arrived at the mountaintop, but they did not see the golden bell. It seemed that they still had to look for it. Buzz. Lin Xian looked around, trying to find the golden bell. Suddenly, an ear-piercing demonic sound came from behind, accompanied by a terrifying force that stabbed toward him. "Be careful!" Murong Qingqing shouted. Lin Xian's heart sank. He quickly turned around, pulled out the wind shadow sword, and swept it out. Boom! Chapter 758. The violent tremors caused many martial artists to run towards the center of the mountain. Only there could they safely avoid the attacks of the demonic beasts. Lin Xian did not retreat. He punched towards the sky to confront Zhou Su. Boom! Terrifying energy surged. The two exchanged a few blows before pulling away. Neither of them left. Instead, they faced each other. At this moment, the demon generals in the distance also caught up. 3 huge creatures surrounded Lin Xian and Zhou Su. Zhou Su did not care about being surrounded by the demon generals. He stared at Lin Xian with a sinister smile. "Today, I will let you know how powerful I am." Lin Xian's eyes were cold. Sword qi surged from his body as he prepared to attack with all his might. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon suddenly said, "Kid, hurry up and leave. There is a big guy below. You can't handle it." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red dragon was an old monster. For it to issue a warning at this time, it was enough to show how dangerous the situation was. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian soared into the sky and flew away. Lin Xian dodged all the attacks of the 3 demon generals. "Huh, how dare you run away without a fight?" Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. Boom! Before his voice could fade away, the ground beside him suddenly split open. A gigantic tail swept out and killed a demonic general. What? Zhou Su's face changed drastically. He did not expect such a shocking change. That was a 2-star demon general. How could it be killed just like that? What kind of monster is below? At this moment, he could no longer care about mocking Lin Xian. He also fled quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The black tail swept across like a sharp heavenly blade and instantly killed the 3 demon generals. Then, the entire ground began to tremble as if a peerless demon was about to be born. The demonic aura condensed together and rushed into the sky. The ground cracked open again. Another black tail, accompanied by a smoky demonic aura, rushed out of the ground. Boom! The tails kept dancing and slapping the ground nearby as if they were about to shatter the entire mountain. Lin Xian and the rest had ugly expressions as they watched this scene nervously. They didn't think that there would be such a terrifying thing at the top of the mountain that could easily kill a 2-star demon general. This was not something they could contend against. In the next moment, a tail as thick as a mountain pressed down on the crowd. Disperse! It was unknown who shouted, but the people in the center immediately scattered. Boom! The black tail fell, bringing with it a thick demonic aura. It smashed the ground, and endless demonic aura spread out in all directions. Even more black tails appeared, a total of 9, dancing in the sky, incomparably terrifying. Above the tail, the demonic aura condensed into large black hands that grabbed at the crowd. One of them was aiming for Lin Xian. A shocking sword radiance lit up. The sword radiance was like a long rainbow as it instantly slashed at the black demonic aura hand. As the sword chi collided with the palm trembled slightly, and cracks appeared on its surface. However, in the next instant, boundless demonic chi wrapped around it, and the palm was completely unharmed. Go! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His previous attack was enough to kill a 2-star demon general, but it didn't cause any damage to this monster. This was simply too inconceivable. Therefore, he did not resist it head-on. Instead, he met up with Murong Qingqing. Are you all right? Murong Qingqing asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Xian shook his head. Let's go find the golden bell first. Murong Qingqing also nodded. This is not the real mountain peak. I don't think the golden bell is here. Indeed, Lin Xian and the others were already at the top of the mountain, but it was not the highest place. The highest place was still the mountain peak in the distance. That was the highest peak of the 10,000 feet tall mountain. Not only Lin Xian, but the others also thought of this. Therefore, many people quickly moved and ran towards the highest mountain peak. Boom! The palm condensed from black demonic aura fiercely slapped down, blocking everyone's path. It seemed that this mountain peak was not easy to reach. Everyone was anxious. The mountain peak was right in front of them. Whoever could reach it first would be the champion of this convention. Not only could they obtain 1,000,000 spiritual value points, but they could also obtain a chance to comprehend the King's Stone statue. This kind of opportunity was extremely rare. It might only come once in a lifetime. Therefore, no one wanted to give up. I can only give it my all. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His gaze gradually focused, and his body emitted a sharp aura. Murong Qingqing, Zhou Su, Dongfang Fenghuang and the others also used their full strength, preparing to attack. These people were powerful. They could be said to be the peak existence among the new students. Perhaps only they could break through. In the sky, the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were paying close attention to everything. Some of the other mountains and the older students of the Immortal Martial Academy were also paying attention. After all, the strength of the new students was related to their future. If a powerful new student appeared, they would either subdue him or become one of them. If that was not possible, then they could only suppress him. After all, no one would ignore a threat. Lin Xian and the others stood out from the crowd and flew towards the highest mountain peak. The terrifying demonic beast underground seemed to have noticed this as well. The palm formed from demonic chi attacked together with the black tail. Not only that, but there was also a deep roar coming from the ground as if a peerless demon had awakened. The roar was deep and contained terrifying energy. It caused the surrounding mountains to crumble and turn into powder. Then, the ground cracked open and countless demonic chi condensed, forming a huge black waterfall. It hung upside down from the 9 heavens and sealed off Lin Xian and the others' path. The demonic qi churned like a black demonic wall that stood in front of them, connecting heaven and earth. Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened as they stopped. Not only them, but even the older students who were watching gasped. They did not expect such a terrifying demonic beast to appear. Judging by its aura, it's at least a 3-star demon general. Not to mention these new students, even those on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard might not be able to fight it. Many people shook their heads and could only mourn for these new students. Chapter 759. Lin Xian turned into a sword ray and rushed towards the demonic wall in front of him. This action made everyone exclaim. At the same time, they shook their heads and lamented that Lin Xian was too stupid. Zhou Su snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. In his opinion, Lin Xian was courting death. Boom! The sword ray soared into the sky and turned into the shape of a dragon. It roared ferociously and plunged into the demonic wall. The demonic aura shook violently, then it began to calm down as if nothing had happened. This is... Everyone was puzzled. They did not know what this meant. Did Lin Xian pass or not? Murong Qingqing's expression changed slightly. 9 lotus flowers surrounded her like a fairy. She stepped on the lotus platform and flew out. When the others saw this, they were silent for a moment, then gritted their teeth and followed behind. When Zhou Su saw this, he snorted coldly and turned into a sword light. He would not let these people succeed, especially Lin Xian, because the first place was his. With a flash of sword light, a simple giant sword appeared in the air. It was 100 meters long and quickly slashed forward. Dongfang Fengwang's palm danced, and a strong spiritual force surged out, condensing into a flaming phoenix. It cried out to the sky and plunged into the demonic wall. Murong Qingqing stepped on the lotus platform, her white clothes fluttering. She controlled the 9-petaled lotus to form a blade and slash down. These people all used their methods, entering the demonic wall, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Everyone looked up to see if these new geniuses could successfully break through. Especially those from Dragonsword Pavilion who arrived later. They clenched their fists and prayed in their hearts. On the entire mountaintop, there were only the low roars of peerless demonic beasts and the whistling of demonic tails. The others watched in silence. The silence lasted for a while before it was broken. Because the tall demonic wall changed again. Demonic aura rolled and a black vortex appeared on the other side of the demonic wall. It spun faster and faster, as if something was about to come out. Buzz. In the next moment, a sword ray soared into the sky and quickly came out of the demonic wall, flying towards the highest mountain. It's out, it's really out. Everyone exclaimed, it's a sword ray. Could it be Zhou Su? No, it's Lin Xian. Everyone looked carefully and found that the first person to come out was Lin Xian. Originally, everyone thought that it would be the powerful Zhou Su, but they didn't expect that the first to come out would be Lin Xian. Soon, the demonic wall rolled, and another figure flew out. This time, it was the snow-white Murong Qingqing. She was like an otherworldly fairy as she stepped on a 5-colored lotus platform and floated towards the summit. Soon, she was standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xian. The demonic wall behind him surged, and those figures all came out, flying towards the mountain peak. Dongfang Fenghuang was clad in a fiery red armor that accentuated her exquisite figure. She was like a goddess of fire, causing people to gasp in admiration. Xiao Li's saber aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying crack appeared on the demonic wall. Zhou Su's expression was ice-cold. The sword energy on his body soared into the sky. A huge sword of light condensed under his feet, as if a sword god had appeared. These people used their methods to rush out of the demonic wall. They all landed on the summit of the mountain. Behind them, the demonic aura rolled and condensed again, but it didn't chase after them. Instead, it stood there. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, some people in the crowd tried to break through and succeeded. Among them were Xin Yaon, Lan Bai, and the others. A total of 7 people stood on the summit, looking at each other with hostility. Below, everyone held their breaths. They knew that the number 1 new student would emerge from these people. I didn't expect 7 people to be able to break through the demonic wall. This year's new students are really interesting. Elder Hua was greatly surprised. In the distance, the senior students who were watching the battle also looked solemn. The strength of these new students was beyond their expectations. It seemed that this year's new students were even more terrifying than they had imagined. On the summit, the 7 figures stood in 4 directions, maintaining a certain distance from each other. The fact that the 7 of them were able to come here was enough to prove their strength. However, only one person could be number 1, and only one person could comprehend the king's stone statue. Therefore, they had to use all their strength to defeat the other 6. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian stood together as an alliance. The others stood alone and had no intention of forming an alliance. After all, at this time, they were all worried and didn't dare to form an alliance with others. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, who had formed an alliance, became the target of everyone's attention. 5 pairs of eyes looked at the 2 of them with a trace of vigilance. Everyone, I feel that we have to get rid of someone first. Otherwise, the 2 of them forming an alliance will be too big a threat to us. Zhou Su smiled evilly and stared at Lin Xian. After hearing this, the others frowned even more. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He stared at Zhou Su, and suddenly his figure flashed and rushed out quickly. This attack was very sudden. In an instant, Lin Xian arrived in front of Zhou Su and slashed down with the wind shadow sword in his hand. The sword light was like a sudden clap of thunder, extremely powerful. Boom! Zhou Su also unsheathed his sword. The simple blue longsword turned into a stream of light and met the attack. The sword chi circled around and collided continuously, forming pieces of light that kept shaking. Both of them were experts in the sword. At this moment, they were evenly matched. Boom boom, boom boom. In an instant, the 2 long swords clashed hundreds of times. The terrifying sound of metal clashing shook the surroundings, and large amounts of sword chi flew out in all directions. The surrounding mountain rocks were shattered, and countless sword holes appeared on the ground. Kid, today I'll show you what a true sword expert is. Zhou Su laughed wildly. You're not qualified to say such words. Lin Xian counterattacked with his sword and rushed forward again. Boom! Zhou Su slashed down with his blue longsword. The brilliant sword light was like a vast ocean, and like a vast star, it enveloped Lin Xian. His first move was a consummate skill, sea of stars connecting heaven. Boom boom boom. This sword forced Lin Xian back. Haha, you're really pitifully weak. Zhou Su laughed. Do you want to call your companions and attack together? There's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Lin Xian was forced back, but he was not angry. On the contrary, his expression was calm, but the aura on his body became sharper. Then you won't have a chance. Zhou Su sneered. Guys, I'll hold this kid back. You can go and ring the golden bell. Hearing this, the others frowned. I don't like to take advantage of others. Go ahead and fight. If you lose, I'll defeat Lin Xian. If you win, I'll defeat you. I'll ring the golden bell after I've defeated everyone. Shaoli said coldly. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. To him, it was not important whether he rang the bell or not. Defeating everyone was the most important. Shen Yaotian and the others looked at the golden bell in the distance. Chapter 760. If you don't want it, then the golden bell is mine. A fiery red figure flew out. It was Dongfang Phoenix. She did not care about the battle between Lin Xian and Zhou Su. In her opinion, getting the golden bell was the most important thing. However, as soon as she moved, a 5-colored light intercepted her like a meteor. The next moment, the beauty in white appeared and blocked her way. What do you mean? Dongfang Phoenix had a fiery temper. Seeing someone intercepting her, she immediately shouted. It's very simple. You can't go. Murong Qingqing's voice was calm. Are you trying to stop me? Dongfang Phoenix glared. Flames surged out of her body and jumped. In her hand, a fiery red whip was condensed. It was like a spirit snake circling around her. If you think so, then I can't help it. Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice, I'm not targeting you. It's just that before the outcome of the battle is decided, no one can go. Murong Qingqing was not very interested in this conference. To be honest, although the king's stone statue was tempting, it was not a fatal temptation for her. She was from a king family. However, unlike Xin Yaotian, she was not an ordinary disciple. She was a princess-like existence in the family. Therefore, although she was young, her identity was special. She was able to come into contact with the core of the family, including some of the king's inheritances. Moreover, due to her bloodline, she could not cultivate other inheritances. In other words, Murong Qingqing did not care much about this freshman conference. The only one she cared about was Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian wanted the king's stone statue, she would do her best to help him. Hearing Murong Qingqing's firm words, Dongfang Phoenix's pretty face turned cold. The divine flames on her body jumped as if she would attack at any time. The other party dared to intercept her. How hateful! Moreover, what made her even angrier was that the other party's appearance, figure, and strength did not belong to her. As a woman, she was naturally repelled. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two was very tense. A battle could break out at any time. Seeing Murong Qingqing stop Dongfang Phoenix, the others were also surprised. However, their eyes became fiery. Now that the strongest few of them had been pinned down, their chance had come. This was especially true for Xin Yaodong. Although he was a disciple of a sovereign clan, he was only a branch disciple and could not come into contact with the core matters. And this time, it was a chance for him to obtain the king's inheritance. With a flicker of his body, he dashed out with 108 rings like a god of war of the stars. Then I'll take my leave first. Boom. Shocking saber light flashed, like a divine chain, cutting through the sky, slashing toward Shen Yaodong. Shen Yaotian's expression changed greatly. His body kept moving, and only then did he manage to dodge this attack. Then, his face darkened as he stared at Xiao Li. What do you mean? Stay. Xiao Li's voice was cold as he spat out 2 words. You're courting death. Shen Yaotian was infuriated. This was a great opportunity. Whoever tried to stop him would be his enemy. Thus, he roared angrily and threw out a punch. Furthermore, his figure quickly rushed out. Xiao Li coldly snorted. He raised his saber and slashed out, fighting with Shen Yaodong. The crowd below was stunned. They did not expect the two of them to fight first. Murong Qingqing stared at the last person. However, to her surprise, the young man called Lan Bai did not make a move. Instead, he sat at the side and watched the show. Zhou Su looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was running toward the golden bell. In this way, he could deal with Lin Xian with all his might. Kid, let me play with you. Zhou Su sneered. Then, he took a step forward and spiritual power surged out of his body like a volcanic eruption. His aura was extraordinary. He held the blue longsword and slashed down. The sword light was sharp and carried a soul-stirring cold light. It was like a peerless divine weapon that made one's heart tremble. This sword slashed directly at Lin Xian. Buzz. Lin Xian also drew his sword and counterattacked. The sword chi was like a rainbow, carrying a scorching heat. It was extremely violent and charged forward like a fire dragon. Bang! The two swords collided, and the sound split the air. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. This time, the two of them were evenly matched and each took a step back. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Zhou Su's expression was cold as he looked down at Lin Xian condescendingly. However, you're completely useless against me. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a strong sense of disdain. In the next moment, a shocking aura burst forth from his body as if a peerless beast had awakened. The majestic spiritual power formed a shocking pillar of light that shattered the clouds in the sky. That's a second heaven venerable. Down below, the surrounding people were shocked, their faces full of shock. Even the seniors were surprised. They did not expect a freshman to be able to reach the second heaven venerable realm. Even the seniors would need a few years to do so. Above the clouds, the two elders and tutors were also slightly surprised when they saw this scene. Not bad. He's already at the second heaven venerable realm. His future achievements are probably limitless. I wonder how the first kid who rushed out will fare? If he doesn't have any special methods, he's probably going to lose. The two elders conversed in low voices. Do you really think that I'm the same as you? Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. I've already reached the second heaven venerable realm. In front of me, you're just a useless ant. Zhou Su was like a high and mighty god as he looked down at Lin Xian. Materialized sword qi surged from his body, forming a sword qi domain that enveloped the surroundings. What trump cards do you have? You'd better use them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have a chance when I attack. Zhou Su strolled in the air as if he did not take Lin Xian seriously. Second heaven venerable. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not expect the other party to have such a cultivation. To be honest, he was indeed a little surprised, but it was still within his acceptable range. Furthermore, it would be abnormal if the other party did not have any trump cards. Second heaven venerable? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Ever since he broke through, he had not really fought. This was a good opportunity. Let me see how strong you are as a second heaven venerable. Lin Xian looked to the front as the battle intent in his eyes rose. You're overestimating yourself. Zhou Su sneered disdainfully and slashed out with his sword. This sword was several times more powerful than the previous one. There were 9 venerable realms, and the gap between each venerable realm was huge. Without special methods, it was impossible to fight against someone of a higher level. The surrounding people were paying attention, especially those from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were extremely nervous. Brother Xian will definitely win. Wang Li and the others clenched their fists and said. The freshmen at the side sneered and shook their heads. Could he win? What a joke. The other party was a second heaven venerable. Even if you have a trump card, does it mean that the other party doesn't? This battle would definitely be one-sided. Apart from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and Murong Qingqing, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. In the void, sword qi whistled and shattered everything. It tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Chapter 761. In the face of Zhou Su's powerful attack, Lin Xian charged forward with his sword. You overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered. Everyone below was shocked and sighed at Lin Xian's unwise decision. At this time, the best way was to dodge and use his movement technique to fight with his opponent. After all, there was a small gap between the two of them. Moreover, it was a small gap in the venerable realm. The gap between them was not small. However, Lin Xian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Buzz. The wind shadow sword slashed upwards, turning into a flaming sword that burned fiercely. The terrifying aura caused the void to distort. Clang. The two swords collided like fire and water, emitting a sizzling sound. Countless white mist rose and surged in all directions. Energy overflowed and cut terrifying cracks in the ground. What, he blocked it? Everyone was shocked because Lin Xian was not sent flying as they had imagined. Instead, he blocked Zhou Su's sword. Damn brat. Zhou Su's expression was ugly. Although he did not use his full strength, it was not something a first-level venerable could block. It seemed that his opponent's strength was above his expectations. However, this was more interesting. Very good, it seems that I underestimated you. Zhou Su smiled evilly. However, I only used 70% of my strength just now. Next, I will use 90% of my strength. What? Zhou Su only used 70% of his strength. Everyone was shocked. No wonder Lin Xian could block it. It turned out that he did not use his full strength. Like I said, how can a first-level venerable fight against a second-level venerable? Hearing Zhou Su's words, Lin Xian also smiled. He stared at his opponent and said slowly, Is that so? But I only used half of my strength. It seems that you're really weak. What? Half of his strength? Everyone exclaimed. That's impossible. He's bragging, he must be bragging. No matter how powerful a first-level venerable is, it's impossible for him to block a second-level venerable with half of his strength. That's right, it's too fake. No one will believe it. No one believed it, but the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion all cheered. They were originally worried, but now that they heard Lin Xian's words, they were once again relieved. Lin Xian's words couldn't be wrong. Zhou Su stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. His voice was filled with disdain. "Brat, you really dare to say that? I think you've been overwhelmed by your inferiority complex. Let me help you clear your head." Flying waterfall slash. With a thrust of his sword, the azure waterfall surged and rolled towards Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Zhou Su laughed nastily. He had used 90% of his strength in this strike. Sword of Summer, Raging Inferno. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he stabbed his sword into the sky. Countless flames flickered, condensing into a flame sword that slashed out. Immediately, the sea of fire spread out and covered the entire sky. It dyed the sky red. In the sky, two types of energy of opposite attributes collided. Terrifying shockwaves burst forth, tearing the sky apart. Boom! The sound of thunder surged and energy spread out. The sky was a terrifying scene. The freshmen below were scared and all of them retreated. Tempest wings. A pair of tempest wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. His figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhou Su. The long sword in his hand was like a gust of wind. Countless sword rays shot out and shrouded Zhou Su. The sword rays carried a chilling murderous aura that condensed the air between heaven and earth. "You're courting death." Zhou Su was furious. He no longer had his previous calmness. He had used 90% of his strength, but he still could not take down his opponent. Instead, he allowed his opponent to attack him. This was a disgrace to him. His body swayed, and Zhou Su drew out a brilliant afterimage in the air. He dodged Lin Xian's sword ray attack. Then he slashed out with his sword. A white sword ray flew out, emitting a terrifying aura. 100-meter-long white tiger shadow condensed around it. Boom! This strike was even more powerful. It was extremely terrifying. Before the sword arrived, its aura was already enough to make countless people tremble. "What is that? It's so terrifying." The crowd below was shocked. The senior students in the distance also frowned. The white tiger is mainly used for killing. This is a killing sword. What a strong killing aura. On the clouds, a few elders and mentors were also paying close attention. "You should be proud to die under my white tiger killing sword." Zhou Su's expression was cold. His body was surging with murderous aura, forming a materialized white tiger shadow. Killing aura? Lin Xian looked at the white tiger sword that was charging at him. The smile on his face became wider. "You want to compete with me in killing aura?" In the next moment, he sheathed the Tempest sword. He clenched his hand, and a blood-red long sword quickly appeared. Killing sword. As soon as the blood-red long sword appeared, a terrifying killing aura spread out. Accompanying it was the smell of blood. The terrifying murderous aura seemed to have come from hell and was about to tear the 9 heavens apart. What? This killing aura? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a killing attack. Moreover, his aura seemed to be even stronger. These two fellows should be the strongest among this batch of new students. The senior students' eyes flickered. However, the elders on the clouds narrowed their eyes. "Interesting. These two fellows are not bad. Your killing aura is too weak," Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then he slashed out with his sword. The killing sword whistled. As the sword slashed out, blood-red sword aura rushed out. Around the sword aura, countless blood seas and stone mountains were formed. It was extremely terrifying, like a Jura from hell. Boom! The killing sword and the white tiger sword collided, producing a clanging sound. The tiger roared, and a sea of blood filled the sky. The two forces collided, causing the entire sky to tremble. "Kill!" Lin Xian shouted angrily again. He raised his sword and charged forward. Blood-red sword lights surrounded his body, making him look like a killing god from hell. Boom! 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 Lin Xian slashed out dozens of times. The terrifying sword aura was like a blood-red river that surrounded Zhou Su and was about to drown him. Zhou Su shouted angrily. His aura surged again. At the same time, a white tiger appeared behind him and roared. The terrifying sound was like a wave, shattering the surrounding blood-red sword aura. "Brat, you've angered me." Chapter 762. Lin Xian wielded the sword of slaughter and slashed out 18 times in a row. The 18 streaks of sword qi formed a blood-red sword diagram that enveloped the surroundings. Boom! The white tiger sword qi collided with the blood-red sword diagram, creating a shocking collision. Both of their attacks were extremely powerful, and the impact of the collision was even more terrifying. Many people below could not withstand the killing intent and retreated with pale faces. How terrifying! The new students were shocked. The aura just now had almost killed them, but that was only the aftermath. One could imagine what kind of impact the two people in the middle of the battlefield had to endure. Blood-red sword qi surged around Lin Xian like 18 heavenly pillars that surrounded him and protected him. Zhou Su had the white tiger by his side and was full of killing intent. What? He blocked it? Zhou Su's pupils constricted. He realized that Lin Xian's blood-red sword diagram had blocked his white tiger sword qi. That was unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Xian could really contend with him? Zhou Su's face darkened and became very ugly. It would have been fine if they were in the same realm, but Lin Xian was only a first-level venerable, one realm lower than him. However, the two of them were tied. Didn't that mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian? Zhou Su's face darkened at the thought of that. Killing intent surged in his eyes and his body was overflowing. Beside him, the white tiger martial soul became more condensed, as if it was a ferocious beast. Looks like I can only use that move. Zhou Su's expression was grave as if he had made a decision. In the next moment he took a step forward and merged with the white tiger martial soul beside him. A dazzling light exploded in the sky. The light was stronger than the sun, and it was so blinding that everyone could not open their eyes. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the void as he looked ahead. Then he frowned slightly. The white light in front of him gradually disappeared, and a powerful force erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the world. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Su's aura seemed to have become stronger. In the distance, the seniors also had grave expressions. This kid has so many trump cards. He actually merged with his martial soul. That Lin Xian is even more powerful. It seems that he hasn't condensed his martial soul yet. A few senior students discussed in low voices, and there was even a trace of fear in their expressions. This was because the strength displayed by Lin Xian and Yi Zichen was not weaker than theirs. In fact, they had even surpassed many of the older students. In the sky, the white light dissipated and Zhou Su's figure appeared. He had a head of black hair and stood in the void. His body was covered in a layer of white tiger armor. It was dazzling and radiated a sharp aura. Not only that, but the azure longsword in his hand also changed its appearance. It turned into the white tiger killing sword, emitting a cold light. This time, let's see how you block it. Zhou Su let out a ferocious roar. His body flickered and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. So fast! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The wind and thunder wings on his back transformed into a streak of wind and thunder as he dodged rapidly. However, Zhou Su, who had fused with the white tiger martial soul, was too powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he was practically flying right next to Lin Xian. Die! He slashed out with his sword, and the white tiger's roar shook the forest, causing the demonic beasts in the distance to tremble. This sword was powerful and heavy, and it was filled with murderous intent. It slashed horizontally at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but there was a loud bang as he was forced back. He slid a few hundred meters in the air before he stopped. The killing sword in his hand had also become a little dim. Your strength has increased by quite a bit. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Su and frowned slightly. The crowd below exclaimed, "He's been forced back." Lin Xian's strength was obvious to all. However, he had been forced back, which was enough to show how terrifying Zhou Su was. "Kid, this time I won't give you any chance." Zhou Su let out a sinister laugh and charged out again. Boom, boom, boom. He was like a ghost as he flew rapidly in the air. The white tiger killing sword in his hand was even more frenzied, forcing Lin Xian to retreat every time. "Ha, kid, how are you going to fight me?" Boom. It was another terrifying attack. The white tiger killing sword emitted a dazzling white light as if it had been possessed by a ferocious white tiger. It directly bit the killing sword in Lin Xian's hand into pieces. Lin Xian was also forced back by this huge force. His entire arm was buzzing and numb. "Kid, use your martial soul. Otherwise, you won't have any chance." Zhou Su held the white tiger killing sword in his hand and pointed it at Lin Xian. "To deal with you, I have to use my martial soul." Lin Xian shook his head slightly and formed the killing sword again. "It's useless. Don't overestimate yourself." Zhou Su sneered when he saw Lin Xian forming the killing sword again. "If I can break it once, I can break it a second time. If you don't use your martial soul, you won't have any chance to fight back. Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. He held the killing sword in his right hand and formed it again. Black gas surged and quickly formed a pitch-black sword. The sword of Nirvana. The pitch-black sword was like a sword of death, exuding an aura of death. With both swords in his hands, Lin Xian was like the Grim Reaper. The red and black swords flashed in his hands, and two forces surrounded him. "What's that?" Seeing the pitch-black sword, the people below were shocked again. The aura of death made them feel very uncomfortable, as if the vitality in their bodies was disappearing. What a strange power! Even the seniors were shocked. This brat really has a lot of trump cards. Above the clouds, the sage-like elder stroked his beard. "This kid is not simple." Elder Huan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian curiously. In the sky, Zhou Su frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a deathly power. That strange aura made him feel uncomfortable. "We can't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knows what other strange things that kid has." Zhou Su's face darkened. His body swayed and he attacked again. "I've played enough. Let's end this." The white tiger killing sword surged, and a terrifying sword chi slashed down. The brilliant light shattered part of the sky. Sword of Nirvana. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stabbed out with the sword of Nirvana. The black sword chi surged into the sky like the river Styx. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The black sword chi collided with the white tiger killing sword and kept rolling. It released a deathly power to wear down the white tiger killing sword. In an instant, the white tiger sword chi dimmed as if its power had been drained. How strange! Zhou Su was shocked. His opponent's sword chi could wear down his power. It was impossible to guard against it. Destroy! He snorted coldly, and his spiritual power surged into the white tiger killing sword. Suddenly, the dimmed white tiger killing sword shone again and cut the black sword chi apart. "It's useless. No matter how strange your techniques are, everything is futile in front of absolute power." Zhou Su's expression was cold. He was like the god of death. "Absolute power is terrifying, but in front of me, you're not absolute power." Lin Xian sneered. "So, killing you is like slaughtering a dog." Chapter 763. Lin Xian held the two swords in his hands and quickly merged them. The pitch-black sword of Nirvana merged with the blood-red sword of Massacre to form a demonic sword. The sword was slender and surrounded by red and black sword inscriptions. It emitted a murderous aura. With the sword in his hand, Lin Xian's aura became stronger. He was not afraid of Zhou Su, who had merged with the white tiger martial soul. "Merge!" Zhou Su furrowed his brows as well. Lin Xian had once again displayed a strange technique. He was actually able to fuse two different types of sword auras. This was simply too unbelievable. This brat must be dealt with quickly. Zhou Su felt uneasy. Sword chi gathered on the white tiger killing sword and formed a ferocious tiger head. It was ferocious and terrifying as it looked down on the world. Then, the tiger head spat out a ray of sword light. It was like a heavenly pillar that swept in all directions. Tiger roar golden annihilation. Boom. The sky-piercing sword chi fell, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It was strong and powerful, and it carried a terrifying aura as it fell toward Lin Xian. The sword chi surged, and the aura made the eyelids of the seniors in the distance twitch. It was too terrifying. Even a second-rank supremacy could not withstand it. In fact, they would die if they touched it. The sky-piercing white tiger sword chi was so heavy that it crushed the surrounding mountains. Clang. Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and slashed at the sky-piercing white tiger sword chi. Sparks flew in all directions as if countless shooting stars were flying. Sparks fell and pierced the ground, forming a terrifying black hole. The surrounding martial artists were so frightened that they fled. This sword was too terrifying. Murderous aura circulated, and the white tiger's aura surged. It was as if it was going to cut the mountain in half. Lin Xian resisted it and immediately felt a huge force surge toward him, causing his arm to go numb. He knew that this should be one of Zhou Su's killing moves. Feeling the danger, Lin Xian let out a long roar and used the earth-grade martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. The void trembled, and a huge sword appeared. It was simple and majestic, as if it had traveled from the ancient times. In the next moment he slashed at the sky-piercing white tiger sword chi. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two giant swords clashed in the air, almost destroying the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. This attack was too terrifying. The energy that scattered in all directions caused Xiao Li, Shen Yaotian, and the others, who were fighting nearby, to stop and retreat. Furthermore, every single one of them had a look of shock on their faces. Even the elders on the clouds had grave expressions on their faces. This is an earth-tier martial art. Elder Huan narrowed his eyes. Both of them were using earth-tier martial arts. In the sky, Zhou Su's expression was unsightly. He actually failed to take down the other party. This was already his greatest trump card. Not only did it fuse with the White Tiger martial spirit, but it was also an earth-ranked martial art, White Tiger Golden Light Annihilation. Most likely, no one in the second level of the Venerate realm could compare to him. Even if it was a third-level Venerate, he was confident that he could put up a fight. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. Furthermore, the terrifying aura emanating from the martial arts that the other party used was not any weaker than his. Earth-tier martial art. This fellow has also mastered an earth-tier martial art. Zhou Su's face was gloomy, and his eyes were burning with rage. He could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. Then let's see whose earth-tier martial art is more powerful. Zhou Su shouted angrily. He roared into the sky as if he had gone mad. He circulated all the spiritual energy in his body and waved the white tiger killing sword in his hand. A terrifying tiger roar rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, another shocking sword radiance slashed out rapidly. Umph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve and removed the demon sword in his hand. In its place was a wind sword and a thunder sword. Although the demon sword was powerful, it did not match the attributes of the Gale Lightning Sword, so it could not unleash its full power. Only the power of wind and thunder could unleash the power of this earth-tier martial art. In an instant, a green jade-like longsword appeared. Green air flowed around it, and it contained a powerful wind concept. On the other side, golden electric arcs danced and formed a golden sword of thunder. When the two swords appeared, the power of wind and thunder filled the sky. What? Wind and thunder attributes? Everyone was stunned. How many attributes did Lin Xian have? The older students' mouths twitched. This guy was too monstrous. They could not help but think of the few fellows in the academy. They had the same experience back then, and now they were the big shots in the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian's future was limitless. Zhou Su's face darkened. He roared and sped up the attack of the White Tiger Sword Chi. Gale Lightning Sword, Double Sword Star Destruction. Boom, boom. Two gigantic swords appeared in the sky. Green lightning circled around them, and it was extremely terrifying. The Gale Lightning Sword and the Thunder Sword complemented each other and slashed toward the White Tiger Killing Sword. Boom, boom. the entire sky exploded, and a violent destruction occurred in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The white tiger killing sword trembled slightly. Then, it became more and more intense. No, block it. Zhou Su was furious. He circulated his spiritual energy without any regard for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and shouted, "Gale lightning sword, 3 swords scares ghosts and gods." Boom. Another gigantic sword descended from the heavens. What? There's more. Everyone was stunned. Was he still human? Elder Hua was also shocked. Earth-rank martial arts consumes a lot of spiritual energy. With their cultivation, they can only perform it twice. How can they perform it again? Could it be that this brat has some trump card that we don't know about? Zhou Su was even more shocked. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted. Even the speed at which he circulated the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much slower. He could not perform it a third time. However, Lin Xian could still perform it. This was unbelievable. Impossible. He shouted in horror. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Ignorant. Lin Xian sneered. He practiced the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body was endless. His circulation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much better than ordinary people. Therefore, it was easy for him to perform the earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, this was not his limit. He could still perform it one more time. However, he would not do that. This was because he wanted to use this as his last trump card. Moreover, his opponent could not hold on any longer. Indeed, Zhou Su could not hold on any longer. The 3 gigantic swords put a lot of pressure on him. His white tiger killing sword would shatter soon. At that time, he would be doomed. Retreat. Zhou Su did not hesitate. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave anymore. Zhou Su turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. The white tiger killing sword did not have any energy to support it. It was instantly destroyed by the gale lightning sword. Then, a huge sword energy slashed toward Zhou Su. Tantric blood escape. Seeing the terrifying sword energy, Zhou Su spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It formed a pair of blood wings and carried him away from the attack range of the light sword. 1,000 meters away, Zhou Su could not stop panting. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Lin Xian, I won't let you go. Zhou Su stared at the voice in the distance with a ferocious expression. Chapter 764. In an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhou Su and stabbed down with the golden thunder sword in his hand. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive. Zhou Su's pupils constricted. At the critical moment, he used his life-saving technique again and moved 100 feet away. You still have a trump card? Lin Xian's sword missed and he frowned. Zhou Su was indeed difficult to deal with. He still had a life-saving trump card. However, Zhou Su still could not escape from his hands. In the next moment, he stepped out again and the golden thunder sword hung above Zhou Su's head. In an instant, Zhou Su's face became very ugly. He had used up all his trump cards. He felt extremely sullen. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his imagination, the one kneeling and begging for mercy should be Lin Xian. But now, he was the one who had lost. I'm curious. We don't know each other, so why are you so angry that you have to target me? Lin Xian asked. He was very puzzled, so he wanted to clarify it now. Humph, it is true that we have never met before. In fact, I only found out about you from my younger sister. She said that you're a sword genius that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. I'm not convinced because I'm the #1 sword genius. Zhou Su gritted his teeth and said, Your sister? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Zhou Jianying, you shouldn't have forgotten. Zhou Su snorted. It's her. Lin Xian was surprised. A figure appeared in his mind. She was dressed in green and held a 3-foot-long sword, looking down on the heroes. Lin Xian naturally would not forget this girl who fought with him at the Azure Dragon Assembly in the Nantian region. However, he did not expect that a few words of praise would cause such trouble. Compared to your sister, You're even worse than trash. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he swung his sword and cut off a strand of Zhou Su's black hair. If this wasn't a competition, you would be dead. After saying that, he turned around and ignored Zhou Su. Damn it. Zhou Su's face was gloomy and his body trembled. Today was a great humiliation for him. He would definitely take revenge for this. Standing up with difficulty, Zhou Su's figure flashed as he rushed down the mountain. If he couldn't get first place, he wouldn't want any ranking. Looking at the disappearing figure, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Xian was too strong. Even Zhou Su was no match for him. Perhaps no one here was his match. I'm going to take first place in this competition. Anyone who isn't convinced can come over now. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Domineering, too domineering. This was equivalent to declaring war against the other 5. Brother Xian is mighty. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion roared excitedly. This domineering and powerful young man was their boss. Shen Yaotian stared at Lin Xian and snorted coldly, but he did not make a move. The battle just now had shocked him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he was no match for Lin Xian. Although we are not your opponent, if you want to be number 1, you can't just say a few words. Shen Yaotian said coldly. If I'll fight you. Dongfang Phoenix was hot-tempered. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She shook the flame spirit whip in her hand and the divine flames on her body burned fiercely. On the other side, Shaoli also stepped forward. His eyes were full of fighting spirit and his body was surrounded by sword qi. The battle just now consumed a lot of your spiritual power. I won't take advantage of you. You should recover first. Although Lin Xian's performance was very strong, he was very confident in himself. Lin Xian smiled. This guy was still the same as before. He looked around and suddenly saw Lan Bai, who had been sitting silently, stand up with a faint smile. Sorry, the number 1 freshman this time is mine. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. First place is yours? Shen Yaotian snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Don't you think you're too arrogant? The others frowned and stared at Lan Bai with unfriendly expressions. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this silent young man to say such words at this time. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough. Lan Bai chuckled and walked toward the crowd with a calm expression. He didn't take them seriously at all. Let me see what kind of strength you have that you dare to say such words. Shen Yaotian looked ferocious and waved his palm. Terrifying spiritual power quickly condensed and a huge light palm formed in the air. However, Lan Bai didn't dodge. He didn't even look at it. He seemed to be more arrogant than Lin Xian. You're courting death. Seeing that he was ignored, Shen Yaotian was furious. He sped up and waved his palm. Disperse. Lan Bai smiled faintly and spat out a word softly. The next moment, the terrifying light palm in the sky disappeared and turned into a rain of light, scattering on the ground. What? How is this possible? Shen Yaotian was stunned. The crowd below was also stunned. What's going on? No matter if it was them, everyone was stunned. Even the few elders on the clouds were slightly surprised. The mentors were stunned, but the 2 elders frowned slightly. Elder Hua sensed carefully. She stretched out her slender hand and brushed it in the air. Then, a smile appeared on her face. She turned her head and exchanged glances with the sage-like elder. Then, she nodded slightly. It seemed that the 2 elders had understood. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't understand. Shen Yaotian especially was stunned. His attack was actually neutralized by a single sentence? That was unbelievable. Impossible. I don't believe it. Shen Yaotian's face was gloomy. He quickly raised his hand and prepared to attack again. However, the next moment he was stunned on the spot. What? That's impossible. He screamed in horror. His expression was one of utter terror. My spiritual power? What did you do? Why can't I mobilize my spiritual power? Shen Yaotian panicked. He tried several times but to no avail. He couldn't even mobilize the spiritual power in the air. Hearing that, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They began to check their bodies. Then, their faces turned ugly. That was because they couldn't mobilize their spiritual power either. What's going on? Dongfang Fenghuang was furious. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Poison, it's poison. Murong Qingqing sighed. We seem to have forgotten that he's a poisoner. Poison. Everyone was in a daze. Their faces were full of shock. As expected of Goddess Murong. You're so knowledgeable. You noticed the problem so quickly. Lan Bai chuckled. That's right. It's poison. But he didn't touch us. How could he poison us? Shen Yaoyan's face turned ugly. Chapter 765. Lan Bai controlled the crowd with poison and walked toward the golden bell. I see. It's poison. Lin Xian's eyebrows relaxed. He activated the dragon sword soul to eliminate the invisible poison in his body. Then, he drew his sword and blocked Lan Bai's way. Take your sword away. Stop struggling. Lan Bai smiled. You're no match for me now. He glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. If you don't want to lose too badly, I advise you not to fight. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled. What if I insist on making a move? Then don't blame me. Lan Bai raised his palm and a layer of green light gathered above it. He waved it quickly. 5 poison palm. The wind from the palm contained deadly poison. Anyone who touched it would die. It was terrifying. Oh no. Lin Xian is in trouble. Many people exclaimed and were very anxious. A beam of sword light flashed and cut through the void, cutting the poisonous palm of light in half. What? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to mobilize spiritual power. Lan Bai was also shocked. He stammered, I told you that it's not easy to get first place, Lin Xian said. Now, do you still want to fight? Forget it. You win. First place is yours. Lan Bai shrugged. I can only take second place. Not necessarily. Murong Qingqing suddenly smiled. Then, a colorful light flowed around her body. The 9-petaled lotus danced quickly and destroyed the invisible poison. Lan Bai's expression changed again when he saw this. His face was filled with bitterness. You city people are really strong. You can detoxify the poison so quickly. Lan Bai was depressed. I'm the #1 poison master in my hometown. No one can detoxify my poison. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a green light and rushed toward the top of the mountain. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also used their movement techniques and rushed up. The others quickly detoxified the poison. Their movement techniques were better than Lan Bai's, so they quickly overtook him. 2 figures landed in front of the golden bell. It was really Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Who wants to go first? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, Want to go together? Murong Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. I have my family's inheritance, so the king's stone statue is not of much use to me. You go first. However, after this, you have to help me refine pills. All right. Lin Xian didn't refuse. He was different from Murong Qingqing. Without the support of a strong family, he could only rely on himself. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he punched the golden bell. Immediately, the bell began to ring, emitting a deep sound that echoed throughout the entire forest. This also indicated that Lin Xian would be the champion of the freshman assembly. Lin Xian. In the distance, many senior students silently muttered this name with solemn expressions. The few elders of the Immortal Martial Academy also nodded slightly. Not bad. Although he doesn't have the power of bloodline, his strength is still very strong. After Lin Xian rang the golden bell, everyone began to madly charge towards the mountain peak. After all, the ranking was related to the amount of spiritual value points. At this moment, Xiao Li and the others also expelled the invisible poison from their bodies and quickly rushed over. Soon, the freshman assembly came to an end. In the sky, auspicious clouds floated, and the 2 elders appeared once again. This competition was very exciting, and the champion was well-deserved. The others' performances were also very outstanding. Elder Hua said, It can be said that all of you are very talented. However, I still want to say that this is only the beginning of your time in the Immortal Martial Academy. I hope that all of you will work hard and step into a higher realm of martial arts. Thank you for your teachings, Elder. Lin Xian and the others said respectfully. All right, the rewards will be given to all of you later. Go back and rest now. Elder Hua waved his hand and led everyone away. Brother Xian. After the elder left, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion all gathered around with excited expressions. Too cool. Idol. Brother Xian, how did you cure that poison? Many people were puzzled. But Lin Xian couldn't tell them. He just smiled. Relax in a while. Tonight, I'll prepare spirit wine. Everyone is drunk. All right. Everyone was excited. The effect of Lin Xian's spirit wine was super good. At this moment, even more freshmen ran over, wanting to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There was no other way. Lin Xian's previous performance was too shocking. Moreover, this result meant that he was the number one among the freshmen. With this kind of strength, his future achievements would be great. Therefore, countless people wanted to join. At the mountain peak in the distance, the seniors frowned when they saw this scene. It seems that this kid won't join us? What should we do? Should we suppress them? It's not so easy to create a club. It's not enough to just have a strong person. I think that the other experts among the freshmen won't join him. Someone shook his head. Send an invitation to the others. As for him, we can try to subdue him. If we recruit the entire club, our strength will increase by a lot. A few seniors discussed in low voices, preparing for the next step. As for Lin Xian and the others, they returned to the freshman courtyard and began to celebrate. A night of revelry. The next day, everyone once again entered a state of intense cultivation. Lin Xian handed the matter of recruiting to Wang Li and the others. He told them to strictly check. As long as they met the requirements, they could join. As for him, he went to the True Spirit Palace to get his reward. Soon he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. He found the guardian elder and explained his purpose. Oh, you're this time's number one freshman? When the guardian elder heard this, he looked at Lin Xian. Yes, that's right. He flicked his finger and inserted 1 million spiritual value points into Lin Xian's spiritual value points card. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed behind. He knew that this should be the way to bring him to the King's Stone statue. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that he did not come to a secret room as he had imagined. Instead, he came to a formation. Stand on it and you will be teleported to the king's palace. There, you have 3 days to comprehend it. As for what you can comprehend, it will depend on your luck. After the guardian elder finished speaking, he took out a piece of jade from his storage ring and placed it at a gap in the formation. Then he injected spiritual energy into the formation. Immediately, the entire formation bloomed with light and was activated. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian disappeared from the True Spirit Palace. I wonder if this time's freshmen will be able to comprehend the king's inheritance? The guardian elder had a trace of anticipation. With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He stabilized his body and quickly dispelled the dizziness from the teleportation. Then he looked around cautiously. The space was a little dim. Only a few luminous pearls on the wall were shining. Lin Xian looked around and found that he was in an ancient palace. The mottled ruins on the wall showed the vicissitudes of this place. It was the smell of time. In front of him, there were 5 doors. They were completely black and dozens of feet tall. They were like iron walls. Chapter 766. The 5 dark red doors were like 5 passageways that connected different worlds. These are the doors to the king's statues. Lin Xian was shocked. He had thought that there would only be 1 statue, but there were actually 5 of them. He walked forward and examined them carefully. However, when he approached the doors, he found that there was a strange force that prevented him from moving forward. What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. Kid, this is the door of soul martial arts, the dark red dragon said. Door of soul martial arts? Lin Xian was surprised. Yes, the door of soul martial arts. If you want to enter the stone door, you have to withstand the impact of the martial spirits from the statues on both sides. Only those who can withstand it can enter. If you can't withstand it, you can't enter. I see. Lin Xian understood. As expected of the king's statues, even entering the door was so troublesome. However, he was not afraid of the martial spirit's test at all. One had to know that his martial spirit was the great dragon sword soul, which was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, he found a stone door and stepped through. Boom! As Lin Xian approached, the human-shaped stone statues on both sides seemed to come alive. Two balls of dark green flames appeared in their eye sockets, and a powerful pressure was released from their bodies, forming a special field that enveloped Lin Xian. This was the power of a martial spirit, and it was extremely powerful. It was enough to make a second-rank venerable realm cultivator pale. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the great dragon sword soul and stood in the field to resist. In the next moment, he took another step forward. Boom! This time, the impact of the martial spirit domain was even more powerful. It was as if it wanted to crush Lin Xian, and the terrifying power caused the entire space to distort. Lin Xian's expression changed. He let out a low roar, and his body was filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. He was like a peerless divine sword. He took another step forward, and the impact of the martial spirit was even more powerful. This time, Lin Xian directly used the great dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a real dragon soaring through the sky, and it let out a low dragon's roar. As soon as the great dragon sword soul appeared, it directly attacked the stone statue martial souls on both sides, causing the impact of the martial souls in the entire space to weaken. In front of the great dragon sword soul, it was difficult for other martial souls to display their power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took another step forward and walked toward the stone door. Finally, he pushed open the stone door. After entering through the stone door, there was a spacious space inside. It was like a large hall, and there were all kinds of artifacts. In the center, there was a huge statue standing there. It was unknown what material the statue was made of, but it was emitting an indescribable power that made one's heart tremble. The venerable one seemed very small in front of him, as if he was looking up at the sky. So powerful. So this is a king's statue. Lin Xian was shocked. He was deeply shaken. With reverence in his heart, Lin Xian walked forward and found that there was a square stone platform in front of the statue. It was about 1 meter tall. Lin Xian stood in front of the stone platform and carefully looked at the king's statue in front of him. Suddenly, he found words carved on a part of the statue, "Open the Heavenly King." This was the statue of Open the Heavenly King. Lin Xian concluded, his heart trembling. This was indeed a statue of a king. In the next moment, he seemed to be attacked by a force, and his entire body seemed to have fallen into an illusion. There, a majestic figure stood upright and tore the sky apart with a palm. Lin Xian suddenly woke up, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He took a deep breath and felt pain in his forehead. At that moment, he felt like he was being torn apart. If it wasn't for the great dragon sword soul, he would have felt even worse. What kind of power is this? It seems to be different from martial souls. Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, this is the power of will, the dark red dragon said. Power of will? Yes, when you reach the king realm, you will develop a kind of will. This kind of will is even stronger than martial souls. I think this king statue contains a trace of a king's will. That's why it's so magical, the dark red dragon explained. No wonder. Lin Xian nodded. So above martial souls was will. It seemed like he still had a long way to go. There were 5 doors here, which meant that there should be 5 king statues. Should he take a look first before making a decision? Lin Xian had an idea. He wanted to see if there were any inheritances of the Sword Dao Kings. Very quickly, he retreated and started to walk towards the stone door at the side. If the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were here, they would definitely go crazy from shock. One must know that it was extremely difficult to enter the stone door, and almost no one would be able to resist the temptation of a king's statue. To be able to enter a stone door and comprehend a king's statue in 3 days was already an extremely difficult task. How could they be like Lin Xian, who wanted to observe all 5 king statues before making a decision? Most probably only he had the great dragon sword soul and could quickly enter the stone door. Others couldn't even think about it. Boom. Not long after, the second stone door opened. Golden Spear King. Lin Xian stood in front of the king's statue and tried to comprehend it. A golden spear pierced through the sky like a golden dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was incomparably terrifying. Very quickly, Lin Xian retreated from the illusion and headed towards another king statue. Tyrant Saber King. Fire Spirit King. Blood Sword King. Finally, in the last stone door, Lin Xian saw a king statue of the Sword Dao King. This statue was 10 feet tall and was completely carved out of blood jade. Lin Xian looked carefully and discovered that the statue was of a middle-aged man. He had a pair of blood-red eyes that were demonic and bloodthirsty. Looking into his eyes, one would feel like being sucked in by an endless sea of blood. There was only one king statue of the Sword Dao King, so Lin Xian had no choice but to comprehend the Blood Sword King's inheritance. He spread out his soul force and pounced towards the blood jade statue in front of him. Buzz. In the next moment, the scene changed drastically. A sea of blood covered the sky, and if one looked carefully, they would discover that it was all blood-red sword chi. The air was filled with killing intent, as if it could tear people apart at any moment. Kill! A low and terrifying voice rang out, directly tearing the void apart. A human figure appeared, and it was the middle-aged man that looked like a statue. At this moment, he was wearing black gold battle armor and holding a blood-red longsword. With a swing of his sword, the sea of blood spread out for 3,000 miles, and the entire sky was dyed red. In front of him, countless enemies fell and turned into white bones. This was the aura of slaughter, the will of slaughter. Under the effect of this will, no one could survive. Although Lin Xian was seeing an illusion, he did not feel good either. That will of slaughter seemed like it was going to tear him apart. He circulated the great dragon sword soul and resisted with all his might. Only then could he continue watching. No matter how strong you are just an illusion, an illusion. Lin Xian shouted, "This little illusion can't stump me." Lin Xian's figure stood straight, and the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, letting out the most resonant sound. At this moment, the Blood Sword King suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian. A pair of blood-red eyes with boundless will enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 767. In an instant, Lin Xian received an unimaginable attack. The willpower was too strong. Although it was just a trace, it was still extremely powerful, making it hard for Lin Xian to contend against. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, transforming into a dragon-shaped sword image that quickly pierced into the illusion to resist the willpower. Kakaka! The space shattered, and the illusion disappeared. Lin Xian relaxed his body and gasped for breath. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, "What a powerful attack! This power seems to be that thing. Could it really have appeared again?" This voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It sounded like a question, but it also sounded like it was talking to itself. "Forget it, there's no point in thinking about this." That voice sighed and said, "Brat, you're not bad. You have the qualifications to comprehend the stone statue that I left behind." After that, the voice gradually disappeared. Lin Xian felt that the monstrous killing intent around him had gradually disappeared and was no longer attacking him. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Xian sat on the stone platform in front of the Blood Sword King's statue and closed his eyes to comprehend. He had the Sword of Slaughter and had a certain understanding of the Tao of Slaughter. Therefore, it was easier for him to comprehend. Furthermore, he had obtained the Blood Sword King's recognition. Therefore, it did not take long for him to feel the blood sword inheritance within. The information in the sky turned into a blood sword and entered Lin Xian's body. In an instant, Lin Xian felt countless information crazily surging in his mind. If it was not for his firm will and powerful soul power, he would have fainted long ago. After a period of difficult time, he finally received all the information. The king's inheritance was extraordinary. Therefore, he could only receive it now. If he wanted to comprehend it, he would have to cultivate bitterly in the future. Standing up, Lin Xian respectfully bowed 3 times to the Blood Sword King's statue. Afterward, he turned and left. Until now, 2 days had passed and there was only 1 day left. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to take a look at the other statues. Among them, the Golden Spear King and Tyrant Sword King's inheritances were different from his Tao of Sword. Therefore, he gave up on them. He set his sights on the Split Sky King and the Fire Spirit King, the 2 King Stone statues. This time, what he wanted was not the inheritance, but to comprehend 1 or 2 martial techniques. Lin Xian didn't waste any time. He first went to the front of the Sky-Splitting King's statue and sat down to comprehend. In the illusory realm, a tall figure appeared beside him. Every punch and every palm could tear apart the sky, causing terrifying attacks. From those moves, Lin Xian comprehended a fist technique, the heaven-opening fist. Strong and brave, pressing forward courageously. In the remaining half of the day, he went to the Fire Spirit King to carefully comprehend. This time, his comprehension of the concept of fire had deepened. Especially that trace of the will of fire, it had a deep influence on him. This allowed his perfection fire concept to advance, and he even had a trace of a fire soul embryonic form. Of course, it would still take some time to become a true fire soul. The other reward was the Vermilion Bird Seal. Lin Xian comprehended the Fire Spirit King's stone statue, and created the second form of the Vermilion Bird Seal, Vermilion Bird's celestial pole, with extraordinary power. After comprehending all this, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. This time, the rewards were huge, far beyond his imagination. Especially the Blood Sword King's inheritance, which benefited him greatly. As long as he focused on comprehending, he would definitely be incomparably powerful on the Slaughter Dao. During this period of time, Lin Xian comprehended the Blood Sword Slaughter inheritance, Heaven-Opening Fist, and the second form of the Vermilion Bird Seal, and made some progress. Among them, he cultivated the Heaven-Opening Fist and the second form of the Vermilion Bird Seal to the initial stage. As for the Blood Sword Slaughter inheritance, he only comprehended the first stage. A king's inheritance was different from other martial arts. It was even more difficult than in Earth-rank martial arts, so this matter couldn't be rushed. Moreover, his comprehension of these martial arts had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to fight to improve. On this day, he opened the door and came to the courtyard to breathe in the fresh air. In the courtyard beside, Murong Qingqing saw Lin Xian come out and snorted. "You brat, you still know to come out." Murong Qingqing said coquettishly. You didn't keep your word. Didn't you say you would help me refine pills?" Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this matter. "Are the spirit herbs ready?" "They were ready long ago. I was just waiting for you." "All right, let me see." Lin Xian's figure flashed and came to Murong Qingqing's courtyard. "Come in." Murong Qingqing snorted, then turned and walked into the house. Lin Xian followed in. Different from his room, Murong Qingqing's room was decorated very delicately. There was still a lingering fragrance in the air that was intoxicating. "These are the spirit herbs." Murong Qingqing took out a storage ring and took out a jade slip. "What do you think we should do?" "Fuck, who is so blind to provoke us?" "Kill him! Kill him!" The group of people shouted angrily. "All right, now I want to choose 30 people to fight with me." Lin Xian asked. "Who wants to go?" "Me." "Brother Xian, let me go." The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very active. They all responded, wanting to go with Lin Xian. Lin Xian chose 30 of them and said to Wang Li, "I'll leave the rest to you. Take them to do the mission." "Don't worry, Brother Xian," Wang Li said. After that, Lin Xian led the 30 people into the air and flew towards Lion Moon City. The group of people flew across the sky like meteors. Lion Moon City, Wang family. The Wang family patriarch's face was pale, as if he had aged 10 years. Around him, the Wang family elders also had worried expressions. "Yu Fei, is the pavilion master not here yet?" The Wang family patriarch asked. "Wait a little longer. I've already sent a message to Brother Xian." I think he'll be here soon. Yu Fei sighed. There were still some injuries on his body. Not only him, but the Wang family disciples were also injured, as if they had gone through a great battle. With our current situation, we won't be able to hold on for 3 days. The Wang family patriarch sighed. After 3 days, the defensive array will be broken. At that time, the people from the Blood Fiend gang will come in. Don't worry, Brother Xian will definitely be here within 3 days. Yu Fei clenched his fists. Outside the Wang family, the people from the Blood Fiend gang formed a circle and surrounded them. They faced the Wang family inside the barrier with sinister smiles on their faces. Among them, there were a few elders who were first-level venerables. Other than that, there was also a second-level venerables. Judging from their strength, they didn't seem to be weaker than Tu Tian. How dare you kill my junior brother? This time, we must exterminate the Wang family. The second-level venerable said coldly. His name was Su He, Tu Tian's senior brother. After knowing that Tu Tian had been killed, he rushed to Lion Moon City to take revenge on the Wang family. Boss Su, this barrier should be set up by that brat. He's the one who killed Gang Master Tuesday. His strength can't be underestimated. He must have used some despicable method. Su He sneered. He didn't believe that a brat could kill his junior brother. Don't worry, even if I can't beat him, there's still Gang Master. The Gang Master he was talking about was the new leader of the Blood Fiend gang. He was very powerful and was even stronger than Tu Tian. The Blood Fiend gang wasn't an independent existence. They also had a force behind them. This time, after Tu Tian was killed, the force behind them sent experts to take over. Therefore, the Blood Fiend gang was very aggressive and powerful this time. 3 days, this barrier can still last for 3 days. After 3 days, I will kill everyone from the Wang family. And that despicable brat, I must use his head as a sacrifice. Killing intent surged in the eyes of the group of people. Like fierce wolves, they surrounded the Wang family. On the other side, Lin Xian led his men and rushed all the way. Finally, on the second day, they arrived at Lion Tiger City. Lin Xian's arrival caused the martial artists in the city to be alarmed. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky. It couldn't be helped. The scene was too spectacular. More than 30 people stood in the sky. Each of them had a powerful aura and the pressure of a venerables. This time, Lin Xian had chosen all-powerful martial artists. All 30 of them were venerables. What he wanted was to intimidate his enemies so that they would never dare to provoke them again. Fuck, what kind of force is that? All 30 of them are venerables. Isn't that too scary? They look very young. How is that possible? Chapter 769. The appearance of Lin Xian and the rest caused a huge commotion. Countless martial artists in Lion Moon City raised their heads and looked at the scene in horror. Let's go! Lin Xian ignored the people below. Instead, he waved his hand and led the group toward the Wang family mansion. The group of people flew into the distance in a grandiose manner with extraordinary momentum. Wherever they passed, the weather changed. Look, they're leaving. That direction seems to be the Wang family mansion. Wang family? Aren't they surrounded by the noxious blood gang? Are these people here to help the Wang family? Many people exclaimed. Suddenly, some people recalled what had happened previously. Oh right, when the Wang family was surrounded by the noxious blood gang, someone came to save them and even killed Tu Tian. Is that young man back? Let's go and take a look. The group of people was shocked and quickly ran toward the Wang family mansion. Soon, they arrived outside the Wang family mansion and waited quietly. Damn it, when did the noxious blood gang do anything? Get lost or don't blame me for starting a massacre. The people from the noxious blood gang shouted angrily. Those martial artists did not dare to provoke them and could only keep a distance and watch from afar. At this moment, Lin Xian and the rest also arrived. More than 30 people stood in the void and exuded a powerful aura of supremacy. It was like 100,000 demon mountains that pressed down. A huge shadow was cast and shrouded the people from the noxious blood gang. The people from the noxious blood gang gasped and looked up in horror. Then they were shocked. The aura of 30 supremacies had long surpassed that of a second heaven supremacy. That terrifying aura was like an abyss that made people despair. Those ordinary gang members sat on the ground and did not have any room to resist. The elders of the noxious blood gang were also trembling and looking at all this in horror. Suhei's face was gloomy. He stared at the people above and released his aura to resist with all his might. Boom! 2 invisible forces exploded and slammed in all directions like waves. Some of the weaker martial artists were blown away. The terrifying energy hit the defensive barrier of the Wang family mansion and made rumbling sounds. This sound also made the people of the Wang family nervous. Countless disciples of the Wang family rushed out, but they were all stunned. They thought that the Blood Evil Gang would attack, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. Blood Evil Gang's normal gang leaders were long gone. They were all blown away by the terrifying pressure and fainted. The elders' faces were pale and their bodies were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. Only Suhei was still stubbornly holding on. However, his expression was extremely ugly. "You, who exactly are you?" he asked through gritted teeth. He did not expect to encounter so many brazen martial artists. Moreover, they were targeting them. Boss Su, it's him. It's that brat, he's back." Many elders were terrified. They had thought that with the new gang leader and Boss Su, they would be able to stand firm. However, when they saw him again, they were still trembling in fear. In particular, the battle scenes from a few days ago once again appeared in their minds. "What? It's him?" After Suhei heard this, his expression went blank. He had a look of disbelief. The people of the Wang family also cried out in surprise. "Older brother Xian, Pavilion Master." When the group of people saw Lin Xian, their spirits were greatly lifted. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He looked down with a gloomy face. "Blood Evil Gang again. And it seems that another powerful person has come." Lin Xian stared at Suhei below and squinted his eyes. Suhei's aura was not any weaker than 2 Tion's. No wonder he could besiege the Wang family. Suhei's body trembled when he felt Lin Xian's cold gaze. His eyes were filled with fear. He actually felt fear. This made his mind go blank and unimaginable. Previously, he was disdainful and thought that Suhei had used despicable means to kill 2 Tion. However, from the looks of it now, that was not the case at all. The spiritual energy and killing intent in Suhei's eyes had definitely surpassed that of a second-level supremacy. Damn it! How can I be frightened by a brat? Suhei shook his head furiously and glared back fiercely. Although Suhei had the advantage in numbers, he was still a second-level supremacy. He could not lose face no matter what. "You're that Lin Xian?" Suhei shouted coldly. "You dare to kill the leader of Blood Evil Gang. How dare you?" "Blood Evil Gang." Lin Xian's voice was cold. "Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. I let you go the last time, but I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. Since that's the case, there's no need for Blood Evil Gang to exist." His cold voice reverberated in all directions. The hearts of the Blood Evil Gang's elders trembled when they heard it. Suhei shouted, "You want to destroy Blood Evil Gang? You must be tired of living. Let me tell you, our new leader is a peerless expert. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs." "There's a new leader? No wonder you're so arrogant." Lin Xian snorted. "Brat, do you dare to come down and fight? I can kill you with one slash." Suhei shouted coldly. He could not win against so many people who respected him. However, if he could anger Lin Xian and let them fight one-on-one, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian. "You want to fight one-on-one?" Lin Xian smiled. "You're not qualified." "That's right. Who do you think you are to fight one-on-one with Brother Xian?" Behind him, Howda scolded angrily. The other members of Dragon Sword Pavilion also sneered. "You're courting death." Suhei was furious. He had never been scolded before. He pulled out his long saber and slashed out. The saber light was like a rainbow as it quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and punched out. This punch was too powerful. It directly shattered the saber light. "What? Impossible. Su He was shocked. He had used all his strength in this attack, but the other party had casually broken it. He did not expect such a situation. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. That handsome young man was actually so terrifying. He shattered the attack of a second-level venerable with one punch. This was too monstrous. Lin Xian was disdainful. The fist technique he had just used was the heaven-opening fist that he had comprehended from the King's Stone statue. It was extremely powerful. The other party was only a second-level venerable. There was no problem. After shattering the other party's attack with one punch, Lin Xian said coldly, "Members of Dragon Sword Pavilion, listen up. Yes. Today, we will destroy the Blood Fiend Gang." As his voice spread, all the martial artists in Lion Moon City were shocked. One had to know that the Blood Fiend Gang had always been the #1 gang in the city. Now, someone wanted to destroy them. "You're courting death. How dare you touch the Blood Fiend Gang? Our gang leader will not let you off." Su He was furious. "Your gang leader? I will deal with him personally," Lin Xian said indifferently. Then he waved his arm. Immediately, the 30 members of Dragon Sword Pavilion behind him rushed towards the Blood Fiend Gang disciples below. Boom! A great battle broke out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The elders of the Wang family also came out and attacked together. "Brother Xian." Yu Fei looked at Lin Xian, who had landed on the ground, and shouted excitedly. "How are you? Are you all right?" Lin Xian saw the injuries on Yu Fei's body and frowned. "I'm fine." Yu Fei shook his head. "Brother Xian, the Blood Fiend Gang has a new gang leader. His strength is above Su He's. He is a second-level venerable. Moreover, he had brought a few powerful subordinates with him, making the Blood Fiend Gang stronger again." "No worries. Where is the headquarters of the Blood Fiend Gang?" Lin Xian asked. "The Blood Red Mansion in the center of the city," Yu Fei said. Chapter 770. There was no suspense in this battle. The noxious Blood Gang was defeated and had no room to fight back. Other than Su He, who was still fighting, the other elders were all wailing. The noxious Blood Gang only had 10 elders, while the Dragon Sword Pavilion had 30. Moreover, these 30 people were not ordinary first-level venerables. They were genius martial artists. Although they were not outstanding in a place like the Immortal Martial Academy, where monsters were everywhere, they were geniuses in the outside world. Under normal circumstances, these people could challenge those of a higher level and crush those of the same level. Naturally, it was not a problem for them to encounter these elders of the noxious Blood Gang. Su He was also very unlucky. He also had many injuries on his body. Although he was a second-level venerables, he had an innate advantage over first-level venerables. However, the other party had too many people. Close to 20 first-level venerables attacked him. Those terrifying moves were as if they were free, attacking him like a storm. From the beginning of the battle, he had not heard any sound. He could not take it at all. "Ah!" Su He roared and used an ultimate move. His long saber turned into a giant python, sweeping in all directions and forcing everyone to retreat. Then he shouted angrily, "Retreat!" There was no way to fight. They could only return to the headquarters and ask the gang leader to take care of these people. Su He was very confident in their gang leader's strength. He had fought with the gang leader before and lost after 30 moves. Therefore, their gang leader was very powerful. Seeing that Su He had retreated, the other gang members also ran for their lives. As long as they escaped back to the headquarters, they would be fine. "Where do you think you are going?" "Again, I haven't had enough." The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted from behind and quickly chased. The group of people fled toward the Blood Red Mansion in the center of the city. Su He and the others fled the fastest and soon arrived in front of the Blood Red Mansion. All of a sudden, those people were filled with confidence. "How little brats, see how I'll crush you later." Su He laughed sinisterly. He was too sullen today. He was surrounded and beaten by a group of young martial artists and did not have the strength to fight back at all. Therefore, he was going to return the favor later and torture all these young martial artists to death. The others also hooted, our gang leader is an expert among second-level venerables. Killing you guys is as easy as slaughtering dogs. That's right, the gang leader still has the 4 great guardian deities under him. He can kill all of you with one hand. A group of blood evil gang members shouted loudly, venting the anger in their hearts. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion stopped and looked at Blood Red Mansion cautiously. Looking at those people, it didn't seem like they were faking it. Perhaps there really was an expert among them. Everyone be careful. How to remind it. Little brats, are you scared now? Soon, it will be your time to die. Scared my ass. There were also people who were indignant and slashed forward with their sabers. Clang. Su-hei shattered the blade radiance and revealed a hideous smile. Just wait. Our gang leader will be out soon. Then he pushed open the vermilion door. But in the next moment, those people were stunned. Blood. The ground was covered in blood. Corpses. The disciples of the Blood Red Mansion were all lying in a pool of blood. What's going on? Su-hei and the others were stunned. The people from their headquarters were actually killed. Countless disciples of the Blood Evil Gang were terrified. Many of them pushed the door open, wanting to take a closer look. But the more they looked, the more frightened they became. In the end, they were all stunned. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion were also shocked. They would send experts out in the future, but they didn't expect it to be such a scene. Let's go in and take a look. How to lead the people in. Impossible, this is impossible. Who can kill our people in the headquarters? Those elders went crazy. Gang leader, where is the gang leader? Everyone panicked. They had a bad premonition. Go to the main hall. Su-hei and the others couldn't care less about the members of Dragon Sword Pavilion. They wanted to know what was going on in the headquarters. Gang leader. A group of people shouted and then quickly pushed open the door of the main hall. Then, their minds went blank and they were stunned. The gang leader you are talking about, is it him? In the main hall, Lin Xian sat on the chair made of tiger skin in the middle and said with a smile. On the ground in front of him, there were a few corpses. Those people were dressed in extraordinary clothes and there were still remnants of the aura of supremacies on them. Gang leader. Su-hei was the first to react and shouted in horror. Impossible, this is impossible. Illusion, it must be an illusion. He screamed in horror. Their gang leader was a god in his heart. However, this god had been slaughtered. Not only him, but the entire Noxious Blood gang had gone crazy. The gang leader was dead, and so were the 4 Vajras. The powerful forces of the Noxious Blood gang were all gone. Only Su-hei was left. They were in despair. They knew that the Noxious Blood gang was finished. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to take care of everyone in the Noxious Blood gang's headquarters. What Noxious Blood gang? They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. They can't even withstand a single blow. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion sneered. The elders of the Wang family who followed were even more shocked. Such a terrifying gang leader was killed so easily? Their pavilion leader was really powerful. I said that there is no need for the Noxious Blood gang to exist. Lin Xian stood up and said coldly, I'll fight it out with you. Su-hei roared. He burned all his spiritual energy and attacked with his strongest attack. Not good, retreat. The elders of the Noxious Blood gang were terrified. This attack was too terrifying, and it would probably affect a lot of people. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion also retreated to the side, looking worried. Kid, let's die together. Su-hei laughed crazily. He admitted that Lin Xian was very powerful and that he couldn't defeat him. Therefore, he thought of a way to die together. This way, he could drag the other party down with him. Perish together? Lin Xian laughed. You don't have the right to do that. The next moment, he formed a seal with his palm, and a vermilion bird flew out. It was 3 feet long and covered in divine flames. The flaming vermilion bird circled in the air and quickly enveloped Su-hei. Buzz. The flames burned fiercely. Su Hei only had time to scream before he was enveloped by the flames and turned into ashes. The vermilion bird disappeared, leaving behind a pile of grayish-white powder. Everyone was terrified. A second-level venerable was burned to death in the blink of an eye. This method was terrifying. "Spare me, please spare me." Countless people of the noxious blood gang knelt down and began to beg for mercy. In front of so many experts, they couldn't escape at all. They could only beg for mercy. "Brother Xian, what should we do?" How to ask. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he flicked his finger, and translucent sword qi streaked across the air. It was very sharp and instantly pierced into the bodies of those elders. Ah! Those elders screamed, thinking that they were killed. However, the next moment, they realized that they weren't dead. This is... Many people were stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, some shrewd elders hurriedly thanked the hero for not killing them. "I will definitely serve the hero." The others understood and kowtowed to thank him. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "but don't be happy too early. The sword qi that I sent in just now was to control and warn you. As long as I will, those sword qi will explode." Chapter 771. If you dare to play any tricks, you should know the consequences. The elders of the noxious blood gang were shocked. They felt the sword qi surging in their bodies as if it was going to split them apart. They immediately shook their heads in fear. "We don't dare, we don't dare." Even the powerful gang leader and Su Hei were dead. How could they rebel? Besides, they couldn't resist the sword qi in their bodies at all. Lin Xian easily subdued these elders. As for the ordinary gang members, they didn't dare to act rashly. In the blink of an eye, the number 1 gang in Lion Moon City was annihilated. The gang leader and the powerful main force died in battle while the rest were subdued. The elders of the Wang family were dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a moment. Their family's great enemy was annihilated so easily? The young man in front of them was too powerful and mysterious. This time, not only did he come, but he also brought such a powerful team. For a moment, the Wang family's admiration for Lin Xian deepened. Lin Xian handed the subdued noxious blood gang to the Dragon Sword Pavilion and the Wang family to deal with. Soon, he brought everyone back to the Wang family's residence. "Welcome, Pavilion Master." Everyone was excited. "Let's go in." Lin Xian waved his hand and led everyone in. In the Wang family's hall, Lin Xian sat in the middle and said to everyone, "This time, the noxious blood gang has been annihilated. The remaining forces will join the Wang family. We must make the Wang family the number 1 family in Lion Moon City in the shortest time possible." "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Everyone in the Wang family was excited. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, "Of course, your Wang family's mission is also very important. In the Dragon Sword Pavilion, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion need you to refine pills. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" "No problem," the Wang family's patriarch hurriedly said. "Pavilion Master, don't worry. I don't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to refining pills, our Wang family is confident." "That's good. Remember, I don't just want to destroy the noxious blood gang. I want the entire Lion Moon City. This is also the first city that our Dragon Sword Pavilion occupies." Hearing this, everyone was excited. "This is just the beginning. In the future, I will lead you step by step to the peak and compete with the other forces of the Blood Realm." Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. Everyone was excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to think so far ahead. Those disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were even more excited, feeling the blood in their bodies surging. "All right, I'll send someone to collect the pills every half a month. If you have any difficulties in collecting the spiritual herbs, you can immediately report to me and I'll send someone to help you," Lin Xian said to the elder of the Wang family. Then he turned to look at Yu Fei. "Have you checked the identity of the new leader of the Blood Fiend Gang?" "Yes," Yu Fei said. The Blood Fiend Gang was the same as the Green Wolf Gang. They were both branches of large factions. The Noxious Blood Gang was a branch of the Blood Demon Palace. The new gang leader and his subordinates were all transferred from the Blood Demon Palace. Then shouldn't we make some preparations to prevent the Blood Demon Palace from retaliating? Howda asked. Not for the time being. The Blood Demon Palace has been fighting with others recently. They won't be able to send out experts for the time being. Very good. Continue to gather information. Lin Xian said. If possible, it's best for you to find some nimble cultivators and set up an information hall. After all, if we want to grow stronger in the future, we can't lack information. Emichim, Brother Xian, I've been thinking about this recently. Yu Fei said. This time, I'll choose some from the Wang family and the Blood Fiend gang. After giving some instructions, Lin Xian left with the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Lin Xian and the rest rushed back to the Immortal Martial Academy. When they arrived near the Immortal Martial Academy, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the side. Eat my fist! Boom! The void fluctuated as a terrifying crack appeared. A fist enlarged infinitely, resembling a meteor from outer space, rapidly enveloping the group. This force was extremely shocking. It was definitely not below the second level of the Martial Saint realm. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered. Many people were swept by the fist wind, instantly feeling their blood and chi churning as their faces turned pale. How powerful! Everyone was shocked. This force was too powerful. Where did this expert come from? He actually ambushed them here. Boom! The ground was penetrated as a terrifying crack spread out for 1,000 meters. Lin Xian's face darkened. His gaze was like a sword as he scanned the surroundings. The fist just now enveloped all of them. It was enough to show how terrifying and arrogant this person was. The void fluctuated as a huge figure appeared. It was like an ancient demonic mountain, standing in front of them. The aura on its body was extremely powerful, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. This was definitely an expert. You guys leave first, he said to Howda and the rest. Brother Xian, be careful. Howda and the rest hurriedly said. They knew that in a battle of this level, they wouldn't be of much help. They might as well leave and let Lin Xian fight properly. After experiencing so much, they believed in Lin Xian's strength. Soon these people turned into rays of light and left. Only Lin Xian was left to face the mysterious person alone. In the next moment, Lin Xian released an extremely powerful sword chi. It was as if the sword god was reborn. In the distance, the majestic figure was surrounded by light. It was impossible to see whether it was real or fake. However, he laughed and punched again. Boom! Terrifying energy was released. It was as if an ancient giant elephant was galloping. It crushed the void and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his fist and the sword of slaughter appeared. The sword chi on his body also changed rapidly, turning into a blood-red color. A monstrous murderous aura surged out and swept through heaven and earth. It was as if the Azura hell had descended. Lin Xian's sword of slaughter was already very powerful. Now that he had obtained the blood sword of slaughter's inheritance, its power had reached the peak. He slashed out with his sword. The sword chi was like a blood-red lightning. It carried a monstrous aura and quickly slashed out. Boom! The ancient giant elephant condensed from vast energy was cut apart and let out a wail. The blood-red sword chi's aura did not change as it quickly slashed towards the mysterious figure. Boom! The figure laughed and waved his fist, directly attacking the blood-red sword chi. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the entire sky to tremble. The mysterious figure actually used his fist to fight against the sword of slaughter's sword chi. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had never seen such a ferocious martial artist. In the next moment, the mysterious figure waved his fist again. It was like a violent storm. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 punches, the blood-red sword chi shattered and turned into a sea of blood that surged in all directions. It was shattered. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, the sword chi was not something that an ordinary level 2 honorable realm could resist. That was fun. Again. In the distance, the mysterious figure laughed and rushed out quickly. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The figure was too majestic. He rushed over with a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, rocks flew and trees were blown away. Even a level 1 honorable realm would not be able to resist his aura. Boom. Another punch was thrown. The terrifying fist was like a demonic elephant from the divine domain. It smashed down fiercely. The power was too terrifying. It could shake heaven and earth. One punch cracked the space and sealed the surroundings. Chapter 772. The mysterious man threw out a punch, forming a deity realm demonic elephant. It sealed off the area and charged toward Lin Xian. The punch was so terrifying that it tore the space apart. Lin Xian activated his dark art and threw out a punch as well. Sky opening punch. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he threw out a punch. The punch was overbearing and domineering, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Boom. The powerful punch collided with the deity realm demonic elephant, creating a destructive energy storm that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian took a step back, his arm numb. The mysterious man also retreated, but his aura was even stronger. Take another punch. Boom. Another punch was thrown out. This punch was like a dragon, roaring and surging. Kill! Lin Xian took a step forward, creating a huge shockwave in the air. He was like a shooting star, charging forward quickly. He had completely unleashed the aura of the sky-opening punch. The two of them fought fiercely, each punch hitting the flesh. The nearby mountains and forests were all destroyed by the shockwaves from the two of them. The martial artists who passed by were shocked when they saw the scene. How terrifying! Is this a battle between experts on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard? Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the terrifying battlefield. Boom! Another attack. In the sky, Lin Xian and the mysterious man separated again. Great! The mysterious man laughed. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and asked in a low voice. Although the mysterious man's punch was fierce, there was no killing intent. This meant that the mysterious man only wanted to spar with him and did not intend to fight to the death. Hee, little brother, don't you recognize me? The mysterious man retracted the light on his body. Dongfang Xiong. Lin Xian was shocked. The mysterious man in front of him was his friend from the Tianan region, Dongfang Xiong. I didn't expect you to be here too. That's great. Lin Xian said happily. Right, why didn't you look for me? Why are you waiting for me here? It's not just to fight with me, right? Little brother, you definitely won't be able to guess why I'm waiting for you here. Dongfang Xiong chuckled. What is the reason? I was sent by Dao Spirit Association. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, that group of bastards actually wanted me to kill little brother Fang. They're really courting death. Lin Xian really hadn't guessed it. Then what should we do? Do you still want to attack? Of course not. I've already spent enough time in the Dao Spirit Association. I've come this time because I want to follow you. Dongfang Xiong said. Good brother. Lin Xian reached out and shook Dongfang Xiong's hand. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet the rest of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The two of them turned into streaks of light and quickly left. Academy, freshman area. Wang Li and the others were a little worried. It's been so long, why hasn't Big Brother Xian returned yet? Do you want to take a look? No, Big Brother Xian is very strong, he will definitely be fine. Everyone was discussing, but at this moment, someone exclaimed, Look, Big Brother Xian is back. Sure enough, with a flash of light in the sky, two figures descended. One of them was Lin Xian. The other person was a young man with a majestic figure. He was like a giant standing beside Lin Xian. Although he had a silly smile on his face, the aura emitted from his body was even more terrifying than that of a demon general. It was as if he was a dormant ancient beast that would erupt at any moment. Brother Xian, this is? Everyone was puzzled. Let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Dongfang Xiong. Lin Xian said with a smile, Brother Xiong is very strong, he is not inferior to me. This time, Brother Xiong has come to join us and fight for the world with us. What? Really? Everyone was happy. Their Dragon Sword Pavilion lacked experts the most. Now that Dongfang Xiong had joined them, it was undoubtedly their greatest help. Hello, Brother Xiong. Since it was Brother Xian who had personally introduced him, then his strength was definitely not a problem. Hee, we will all be brothers in the future. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, in the future, if anyone bullies you, I will help you vent your anger. Let's go and drink. The group of people chatted and laughed as they walked towards the courtyard. Just as Lin Xian was feeling good, the Tao Spirit Association was filled with dark clouds. What did you say? Not only did Dongfang Xiong not capture Lin Xian, he even went to drink with him? Are you sure? It's absolutely true. From the looks of it, Dongfang Xiong has already joined the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Bang! When Yan Qingyang heard this, he was so angry that he smashed the table into powder. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as if he wanted to tear the entire hall apart. Young Master Yang. The expressions of the surrounding people were also ugly. The Dragon Sword Pavilion must be destroyed. Lin Xian will definitely be trampled under my feet. Yan Qingyang was so angry that he was trembling. This was too hateful. Their capable general had actually gone to drink with the enemy and even joined the enemy camp. This was a slap to their faces. If news of this were to spread, their Tao Spirit Association would definitely become a laughing stock. Young Master Yang, should we make a move? Someone asked. Yan Qingyang's face was gloomy as he shook his head. Keep a close eye on the news from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and pass this information to the Greedy Wolf Association. I think they would rather the Dragon Sword Pavilion disappear. Yan Qingyang smiled sinisterly. With the addition of Dongfang Xiong, the strength of the Dragon Sword Pavilion had increased greatly. Lin Xian was also very happy. However, there was one thing that made him even more surprised. Murong Qingqing had made it onto the mysterious honorable roll. Although she was ranked 78th, it was enough to shock the world. One should know that in the history of the Immortal Martial Academy, it was extremely rare for a new student to be able to make it onto the mysterious honorable roll. Anyone like this would become a giant in the future. This news was like a hurricane that swept through the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Countless people were shocked and envious at the same time. Lin Xian looked at the black stone tablet that was 10,000 feet tall and saw Murong Qingqing's name. He sighed. This chick is really fast. It seemed like he had to hurry up. I've surpassed you. Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Why did you make a move so quickly? Did you break through? Lin Xian asked. No, you weren't around for the past few days. There was a guy who was like a fly and was very annoying. I had no choice but to make a move. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. So that was the case. However, that ignorant brother was really unlucky. Mysterious honorable roll. It seems like I have to make a move too. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Who are you going to challenge? Murong Qingqing asked curiously. The leader of the Ravenous Wolf Gang, Lai Lang. Lai Lang. Murong Qingqing turned her head and looked at the stone tablet. There, Lai Lang's name was written on the 75th position. Soon, Lin Xian made a move to investigate the Ravenous Wolf Gang's movements. He had decided to make a decision with the Ravenous Wolf Gang. Secretly, the Tao Spirit Gang also told the Ravenous Wolf Gang about the situation of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the end, the two gangs met in the Scarlet Forest. Today is the day you die. Hua Tianyi's face was ferocious as he looked at the Dragon Sword Pavilion in front of him. This time, he must vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 773. Trash? You're the trash. A group of seniors can't even beat us newcomers. If you're not trash, then what are you? The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion retorted. Cut the crap. Where's Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and die. Hua Tianyi's eyes were fierce. Brother Xian is so busy. How can a worm like you see him? The Hao brothers sneered. He didn't come? Hua Tianyi was stunned. Then he sneered, trash indeed. You ants, how dare you be so arrogant when your boss isn't here? You really don't know how to write the word death. Today, let me teach you the rules. Hua Tianyi sneered and then struck out with his palm. A terrifying palm shadow covered the sky and grabbed at the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. The aura was terrifying. Before the light palm arrived, the palm wind had already torn the ground apart. Hua Tianyi was a second-level venerable. He was powerful. No one in Dragon Sword Pavilion could compare to this palm. Hadai. The people of Greedy Wolf Gang sneered. At this moment, energy suddenly surged from Dragon Sword Pavilion's side. An immemorial demonic elephant condensed, as heavy as a mountain. Its long nose rolled and directly shattered the light palm. What? Hua Tianyi was stunned. He did not expect his attack to be so easily broken. Who is it? Could it be Lin Xian? His eyes were gloomy. However, in the next moment, a giant youth walked out from the crowd of Dragon Sword Pavilion. The muscles on his body were like dragons, filled with wild power. If you want to hurt them, defeat me first. Dongfang Xiong stood out. For you. Hua Tianyi frowned. Although he did not recognize the other party, the wild aura on the youth's body made him uneasy. I'll deal with him. You guys do it, he said to the members of Greedy Wolf Gang behind him. Suddenly, countless figures rushed out. Brothers, go. On Dragon Sword Pavilion's side, Wang Li commanded a group of people and quickly made a move. The two sides finally engaged in a great battle. Although Lin Xian did not appear on the battlefield, he was not idle either. According to the information he received, he came to a mountain stream. According to the information, Lai Lang would usually cultivate here. This place was surrounded by mountains. On one side was a high cliff, and on the other side was a waterfall and flying rocks. The vegetation was lush, and it was indeed suitable for cultivation. Lin Xian arrived, looked around, and narrowed his eyes. On a mountain peak, he saw a figure. He was tall and well-built, dressed in black, and sat there cross-legged. His entire being gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. On the mountain peak, the figure seemed to have sensed someone and suddenly opened his eyes. It was like a divine spear that pierced through the void, sharp to the extreme. Those who disturb my cultivation, die. His voice was cold and emotionless. Boom. A shocking beam of light shot towards Lin Xian like a divine rainbow from beyond the heavens. This attack was very powerful. Even a second-level venerate might not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian used an earth-class movement technique, and like a ghost, he dodged the attack in the blink of an eye before reappearing at his original spot. His speed was very fast. To an outsider, it was as if he hadn't moved at all. However, beneath his feet was a terrifying abyss with no bottom to be seen. One could imagine how terrifying the attack was. You are Lai Lang? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. You dodged it? The figure frowned and was surprised. He could sense that the young man below him only had the aura of a first-level venerate. He could kill such a person with one hand. However, the young man had dodged his attack. That's right, I am Lai Lang. The figure said. For you. Why are you looking for me? Young man, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will kill you. You want an answer? It's very simple, Lin Xian said with a smile. You have been on the mysterious honorable board for long enough. Why don't you exchange places with me? Mysterious honorable board? You want to challenge me? Lai Lang laughed in disdain when he heard this. Young man, do you know how many people challenge me every day? Do you know how many second-level venerates there are among them? However, they all failed and they all ended up in a miserable state. As for you, a first-level venerate, I have no interest in you. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms and I can spare your life. You are too confident. Just because others can't, it doesn't mean that I can't. Remember, my name is Lin Xian. Without waiting for Lai Lang to react, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and dashed out quickly. You overestimate yourself, Lai Lang said with disdain. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. His 5 fingers were as thick as mountains and 5 ferocious wolf heads appeared on his fingertips. They roared and bit at Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Sky-breaking fist. Lin Xian was like a god of war. His aura was ferocious as he threw out a punch and attacked upwards. This punch had the power to break the heavens and was extremely powerful. The surging power was like a wave and it was breathtaking. Boom boom boom. When the two collided, it was as if the heavenly thunder divine drum was roaring. The terrifying sound waves were vast and mighty, shattering all the nearby mountains. The ground cracked as if it had been cut by countless knives and swords. It was frightening. The attack from the two of them was terrifying. The huge palm was pushed back, creating a strong gust of wind. Lin Xian also took a few steps back. He was shocked. No wonder Lai Lang was an expert on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. He was indeed powerful. An ordinary second-level honorable would not be able to withstand his punch. However, it had only pushed Lai Lang back and did not cause any substantial damage. It seemed that Lai Lang was indeed powerful. Lai Lang was even more shocked. He had thought that his attack would definitely take Lai Lang's life. However, not only did he not succeed, but he was also pushed back. One should know that Lai Lang was only a first-level honorable. His cultivation was one level lower than his. However, Lai Lang's strength was not inferior to his. "Lad, you have made me serious," Lai Lang said coldly. "Next, you will know what despair is." Swoosh. His body swayed and he dashed over quickly. 10,000 wolves gallop. With a furious roar, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged like a surging tide. Countless spiritual chi condensed and formed tens of thousands of demon wolves that danced in the air. These demon wolves covered the sky and the earth. They carried a vast amount of energy and rushed toward Lin Xian. At the same time, Lai Lang waved his hand again. He grabbed a nearby mountain and smashed it toward Lin Xian. Chapter 774. Powerful fire-based energy filled the surroundings, bringing with it a thick barbecue smell. Like a fiery beast, it pounced towards Lin Xian. Fire-based. Lin Xian smirked. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and used the vermilion bird seal. Buzz. A vermilion bird bathed in divine flames rushed out. The two fire-based divine beasts collided and fought in the sky. It was a terrifying sight. Endless fiery light, like the divine light of the sun, swallowed up the sky mightily. Fierce Wolf's face darkened. He snorted and punched again. Lightning Rush Wolf. This time, it was a divine wolf that was bathed in lightning. It quickly rampaged through the sky. The powerful lightning energy pierced through the sky and reached the clouds. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. Countless bolts of lightning spread out and struck down continuously, piercing through the ground and creating deep, charred pits. The lightning divine wolf howled and rushed towards the vermilion bird. Lin Xian shouted and used the second move of the vermilion bird seal. A powerful energy suddenly exploded. This attack came from the king's stone statue. It was extremely powerful and instantly destroyed the two divine wolf shadows. "Your lightning isn't strong enough," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You're courting death." Fierce Wolf's face darkened and he almost vomited blood. The two punches just now were extremely terrifying. The second-level honorable could not withstand it. Other than those on the Mystic Honorable board, no one could withstand it. However, a brat at the first celestial layer was able to withstand it and even shattered his attack. Fierce Wolf was furious. He no longer held back. He wanted to kill this detestable brat. Lightning and flames surged on his fists. Two powerful and violent energies surged, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. He punched out with his fists. Countless lights flashed and fell like meteorites. It was as if a lightning tribulation had descended. In an instant, the entire mountain range was covered. It was a terrifying scene that could destroy the world. Lin Xian snorted and pulled out the wind shadow sword. He quickly slashed out a few times. A flaming sword radiance, like a long river of fire, slashed forward majestically. The next sword was intertwined with golden lightning. Golden lightning danced and formed a lightning dragon that roared. Sword chi surged and swept out in all directions. It collided with the divine wolf's shadow and released a heaven-shaking sound. Like the rumbling of a bell or drum, the two divine wolves let out a mournful wail. Soon after, they split into two halves. What? Fierce Wolf finally frowned. His face was gloomy and terrible. He realized that no matter what moves he used, his opponent would always be able to break through them. Damn it, where the hell did this kid come from? Fierce Wolf's eyes were gloomy as he coldly snorted, I don't believe you can break this. Thunder Fire Transformation. He clenched his fists and punched forward, forming a demonic wolf that was 100 feet tall. Half of the flames overflowed into the heavens, while the other half surged with lightning. It was extremely astonishing. The fusion of lightning and fire? You're still far from it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up in disdain. He pulled out his long sword, and on the tip of the sword, the two elements quickly fused, forming a dazzling sword chi. Wind Thunder Cut. With a slash of his sword, the wind and clouds lost their color. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was sliced apart. The 300-meter-long devil wolf that was charging through the air was suddenly split in two. What? Impossible! Fierce Wolf's pupils shrank as his heart raced. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He could even break through the combination of his two elements. Fierce Wolf's face turned pale, and he screamed in horror. He didn't dare to fight anymore. This sword had almost taken his life. If he continued, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. For people like Fierce Wolf, they must have offended many people. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine, but if they were seriously injured, those enemies would definitely come for revenge. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be found by his enemies, so he could only admit defeat. Lin Xian didn't continue to fight. Even if he continued, he would just beat him up, and he couldn't really kill him. It was meaningless. Moreover, he had achieved his goal, so he stopped. I admit defeat. You win. This is the Mystic Supreme Mirror. Fierce Wolf quickly stopped his wound, and then took off a light golden metal ring from his arm. The metal ring emitted a faint light, and the words, Mystic Supreme Mirror, 75, were engraved on it. Is it okay to wear it? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Fierce Wolf nodded, his face was very pale. Lin Xian's sword chi contained a strong killing intent, and there was also the fierce aura of the great dragon sword soul, which was very difficult to remove. This made him suffer a lot. Lin Xian took the Mystic Supreme Mirror and put it on his arm. Chapter 775. Lin Xian put the Mystic Supreme Mirror on his arm and it disappeared. At the same time, in the Celestial Martial Academy, the name on the huge black stone tablet changed again. In the 75th place, the original Fierce Wolf was replaced by Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? It's Lin Xian, another freshman. Everyone in the academy was shocked. They did not expect another freshman to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard in such a short time. Lin Xian is really scary. I didn't expect him to climb up the leaderboard so quickly after Murong Qingqing. Yeah, and his ranking is even higher than Murong Qingqing's. This guy won't become a big shot in the future, right? Everyone was talking about it and they were envious. Those who were familiar with Lin Xian had different expressions. Murong Qingqing snorted. I didn't expect this guy to enter the leaderboard so quickly. No, I'm going to challenge him again. Xiao Li looked at the Mystic Supreme leaderboard and his eyes shone brightly. He decided to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard as well. Shen Yaoyan's face was gloomy. He did not have the ability to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard yet. Damn this guy. How can he be so strong? Shen Yaonan gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, he felt helpless. The gap between him and Lin Xian was getting bigger and bigger. It would not be long before he was completely left in the dust. In the Tao Spirit Association, Yan Qingyang's face darkened when he heard the news. Lai Lang, you trash, you actually lost to a freshman. Useless. Lin Xian, right? Since you're on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard, don't blame me for being rude. Then he laughed coldly. What an idiot. I can't do anything if you're not on the leaderboard. Now, I'll let you know the difference between us. In the past, although he hated Lin Xian, He could not do anything because of his status. Otherwise, if an expert on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard bullied a freshman, he would be despised by everyone. He could not afford to lose face like that. However, things were different now. Although Lin Xian was a new student, he had made it onto the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. The two of them were of equal status, so Lin Xian could attack him without any qualms. Therefore, Yan Qingyang decided to get rid of Lin Xian. Moreover, he wanted to ruthlessly trample on him in front of everyone. On the other side, Lin Xian felt a mysterious energy coming from the Mystic Supreme Mirror and was shocked. I didn't expect the Mystic Supreme Mirror to be such a treasure. It communicated with the black stone tablet that had the mysterious sovereign ranking inscribed on it. It was able to provide spiritual qi, which was equivalent to a small-scale formation. This was equivalent to having an intermediate spirit gathering array on him. It was no wonder that everyone was willing to be listed on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard. Even a small Mystic Supreme mirror had such an effect. Who knew what other special benefits they would encounter in the future? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Then he looked at Ardent Wolf and smiled. Seeing Lin Xian's smile, Crack's body trembled. He frowned and asked, "What else do you want?" "You should know about the Ravenous Wolf Gang and the Dragon Sword Pavilion, right?" "Dragon Sword Pavilion?" Ardent Wolf frowned. He had heard Hua Tianyi mention it before, but he did not take it to heart. Although he was the boss of the Ravenous Wolf Gang, Hua Tianyi was the one who did the actual things. He only knew that the Dragon Sword Pavilion was a new force. Since they dared to provoke the Ravenous Wolf Gang, he had already sent Hua Tianyi to teach them a lesson. "I've heard a little about it, but I've left these matters to Hua Tianyi," Crack Wolf said. "Alright, let me remind you. I'm the boss of the Dragon Sword Pavilion," Lin Xian said with a smile. "What? The Dragon Sword Pavilion is yours?" Ardent Wolf was stunned and exclaimed. Then, his expression turned ugly. No wonder the other party had come looking for him the first time. So it was because of this. "Your Ravenous Wolf Gang is still fighting with the Dragon Sword Pavilion. You know what to do, right?" "I know." Ardent Wolf gritted his teeth and said. He was extremely sullen, but when he thought of Lin Xian's methods and the pain from his abdomen, he lost his temper. In this world, the strong were always respected. "That's good. Follow me," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he stomped his foot and rushed into the sky. Ardent Wolf took a deep breath and followed behind. Scarlet Forest. The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang and the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were locked in an intense battle. In the distance, Hua Tianyi and Dongfang Xiong were also evenly matched. Dongfang Xiong had a silly smile on his face. He was very happy to be able to fight to his heart's content with the strong. However, Hua Tianyi didn't think so. He was very sullen in his heart. Previously, he had been played by Lin Xian, so he had a belly full of anger. He wanted to get back at him this time. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't come at all. Instead, there was another newcomer who was on par with him. How depressing! How humiliating! Hua Tianyi was about to go crazy with anger. "Die, brat!" he shouted angrily. The aura on his body surged, forming a blue giant. Light flowed on it, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! The moment the blue giant appeared, the entire ground trembled. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, rampaging in all directions. He threw a punch, and a powerful energy blasted toward Dongfang Xiong. "Haha, I can do it too." Dongfang Xiong laughed. Then, with a low shout, he suddenly rose into the air, forming a bronze giant. He had a tall body, strong muscles, and was filled with wild power. He was like a primitive giant, roaring toward the sky. Boom! The two giants fought, and the destructive power was shocking. Soon, the area within 1,000 meters was destroyed beyond recognition. Just as the battle was about to end, two rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky. "President, it's the president! Boss is here!" When the people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang realized that the figure was their boss, Ardent Wolf, they immediately cheered happily. Their boss was an elite on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. He was extremely powerful and could defeat everyone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion with one hand. "Our boss is here. You guys can just wait to die." Keep being arrogant and I'll kill you guys later. The people of the ravenous wolf gang began to clamor. After fighting for so long, they still couldn't take down the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were feeling quite sullen. Now they could finally bully others. Hua Tianyi also laughed loudly. The blue giant bloomed with light. Like us, there's only one outcome. However, to their surprise, Ardent Wolf suddenly roared, "All of you, stop." Hearing this, the people of the ravenous wolf gang stopped and retreated to the side. They didn't understand what was going on. Hua Tianyi also stopped and retreated the blue giant to meet up with the others. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered together with solemn expressions. The other party's boss was here. To them, this wasn't good news. Everyone stopped and raised their heads to look at the sky. That's Brother Xian. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion realized that there was another figure behind Ardent Wolf. It was Lin Xian. Brother Xian is here too? But why is he with Ardent Wolf? The people of the Ravenous Wolf gang also noticed this and immediately laughed out loud. What Brother Xian? Your Brother Xian has already become our boss underling. Yeah, didn't you see him following behind our boss? The Dragon Sword Pavilion will also be the underlings of the Ravenous Wolf gang in the future. Chapter 776. Seeing the arrival of the fierce wolf, the people from the greedy wolf gang began to act arrogantly again. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious. They did not believe that Lin Xian would lose. Bullshit. You are the lackey, your whole family is the lackey. Even if our Dragon Sword Pavilion dies in battle, we will not submit. You still dare to be stubborn? Hua Tianyi sneered and slapped him. In the next moment, he was sent flying and crashed into a forest. Everyone was stunned, because the one who attacked was none other than the boss of the Greedy Wolf gang, Fierce Wolf. Especially the people from the Greedy Wolf gang. They were so scared that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Hua Tianyi also got up and asked with a face full of surprise, "Boss, shut up, I don't have a useless little brother like you." The fierce wolf shouted angrily, "Useless thing, causing trouble for me all day long. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Xian and the Dragon Sword Pavilion." Apologize? Apologize? This time, it was the Dragon Sword Pavilion's turn to be stunned. This situation was a bit strange. Could it be? Everyone looked at Lin Xian, only to see the latter looking at them with a smile. "Boss, have you been bewitched?" Hua Tianyi was also stunned. How could he apologize to the other party? So much nonsense. Are you the boss or am I the boss? The fierce wolf shouted angrily, "Hurry up and apologize. And all of you apologize." The people from the Greedy Wolf gang were all stunned. They had never dreamed that such a day would come. However, facing the furious fierce wolf, they did not dare to rebel, especially Hua Tianyi. When he saw the blood on fierce wolf's clothes, his eyelids immediately twitched. Could it be? He didn't dare to think further and quickly apologized. "Brother Xian, this time it was my fault. I apologize to you." Stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the Greedy Wolf gang and the Dragon Sword Pavilion were all dumbstruck. Very quickly, the people from the Greedy Wolf gang reacted and apologized one after another with a very humble attitude. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong and the others' hearts were beating wildly. This happiness came too suddenly. "Brother Xian, are you satisfied?" The fierce wolf turned around and asked. "Brother Xian?" The people from the Greedy Wolf gang were about to go crazy. Their boss called a freshman Brother Xian? Moreover, he looked very humble, as if Lin Xian was the boss of the Greedy Wolf gang. I must be dreaming. Many people from the Greedy Wolf gang slapped themselves in the face, trying to wake themselves up. They could not accept such a scene. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were equally shocked, their hearts filled with incomparable joy. Look, that's their Brother Xian. Even the boss of the Greedy Wolf gang bowed his head in front of him. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Remember, don't let me see you do evil again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Fierce Wolf quickly nodded. He didn't look like the boss of the Greedy Wolf gang, but more like Lin Xian's henchmen. The members of the Greedy Wolf gang were very sullen, but at the same time, they were even more frightened. What method did Lin Xian use to make their boss so humble and obedient? Lin Xian waved his hand and led the Dragon Sword Pavilion members away. After they left, the members of the Greedy Wolf gang started to panic. Boss, what? Why did you apologize? That's right, it would have been great if we had just killed them. The group of people were puzzled. Shut up! Fierce Wolf roared angrily. His body emitted a terrifying aura, scaring everyone so much that they didn't dare to speak anymore. As for Hua Tianyi, he frowned and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what happened? Are you injured?" Injured? The members of the Greedy Wolf gang were shocked and immediately became nervous. He was not only unhappy, he was furious. Let's go! Let's go meet that Lin Xian. He roared angrily and led the members of the Tao Spirit Society to the freshman area. At this moment, the freshman area was in jubilation. The Dragon Sword Pavilion had organized a huge banquet, and everyone was celebrating together. Other than many people joining, there were also some societies that came to congratulate them, wanting to form a good relationship with them. After all, the waters in the Immortal Martial Academy were very deep. It would be good to have a strong ally. Bang! Just as everyone was celebrating, a strong force suddenly came and kicked over some of the tables in the periphery. A strong wind blew, and a powerful aura spread throughout the freshman area. Who's there? Suddenly, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were all startled, and they looked in front of them in shock. There were dozens of figures standing there like gods and demons. Especially the person in the middle. His qi and blood were like the sea, and he was extremely powerful. The Tao Spirit Society. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions were very serious. That's right, that group of people were from the Tao Spirit Society. When Yan Qingyang saw Murong Qingqing standing beside Lin Xian, he felt a surge of anger. Lin Xian, get over here and die. Chapter 777. A terrifying voice rang out and spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. To cause trouble at this time, they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Moreover, they chose the time when Lin Xian had just entered the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. They probably wanted to deal a heavy blow to Lin Xian. This voice caused quite a stir and many people ran over to watch. It's actually the people from Dao Ling Association. They are much stronger than Tan Lang. This Lin Xian is too unlucky. He just defeated greed, and in the end, an even more powerful Dao Spirit Association came. What do you know? Yan Qingyang is pursuing Murong Qingqing. But look, where is Murong Qingqing now? Beside Lin Xian. If Dao Ling Association doesn't beat him up, who will they beat up? Many people were discussing. Of course, there were also some who sneered and watched. After all, not everyone wanted Dragon Sword Pavilion to become stronger. Hearing Yan Qingyang's voice, the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious. How dare he insult their brother Xian? No matter how strong the other party was, it was not allowed. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion. They did not want others to be at a disadvantage and get hurt. Everyone back off. I'm here, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Brother Xian. The disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists. Murong Qingqing also reminded softly, be careful. Those people are not simple, especially Yan Qingyang. He is very strong. I'm sorry to have implicated you this time. Murong Qingqing was not a fool. She naturally knew the reason why the other party was looking for trouble. What are you talking about? Lin Xian secretly pinched Murong Qingqing's jade-like hand and shook his head slightly. This action was seen by Yan Qingyang and his lungs were about to explode. Jealousy, crazy jealousy. His eyes were red as if they could spit fire. He decided that he must cripple the other party today. I seem to have warned you to stay away from her. Yan Qingyang said angrily. This voice contained a terrifying murderous aura. It was unusually cold and many warriors trembled slightly. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and slowly walked over. I seem to have warned you not to touch the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. Are you deaf, or do you not have ears? Facing the powerful Yan Qingyang, Lin Xian did not have the slightest bit of fear. How dare you speak to young Master Yang like that? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and slap him. On the other side, a person from the Tao Spirit Association shouted coldly. Fuck, you must be tired of living. You guys are the ones who have the guts to talk to our family's brother Xian like that. Come over here, I'll chop you to death. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion angrily shouted, their expressions agitated. At that moment, the gazes of over 500 people were like wolves. All of them were staring at that young man. Immediately, that young man was so scared that his face turned pale. His body trembled as he hid behind Yan Qingyang. Wang Li and the others sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to the young man. He didn't need to take action against such a person. His gaze was fixed on Yan Qingyang. Very good, very arrogant. Yan Qingyang laughed. Don't think that you're powerful just because you defeated Fierce Wolf. In my eyes, Fierce Wolf is nothing. You are nothing too. Arrogant? Lin Xian sneered. Compared to you, what is my arrogance? You brought people to smash my place, and now you're threatening me. I think you're the arrogant one. It's good that you know. Yan Qingyang said sternly, I'm arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. I can crush you to death with one hand and destroy your Dragon Sword Pavilion. In front of me, you can only kneel. Hearing Yan Qingyang's words, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion didn't look good. They were furious and couldn't wait to charge forward. However, Lin Xian laughed. So you're saying that you're revered for pursuing strength? Nonsense, this is a world where the strong are revered. Yan Qingyang sneered. The members of Tao Spirit Association behind him also had looks of disdain. Very good. In your eyes, as long as you have strength, right or wrong doesn't matter. If I'm strong, you can still kneel at my feet. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he looked forward. If that's the case, let's fight. I'll let you know who's the one kneeling in the end. Fight with me? You're courting death. Yan Qingyang sneered disdainfully. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. You're just a piece of trash ranked 75th. And I'm ranked 64th. Let me remind you. On the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, every rise in rank means a huge difference in strength. I can kill Fierce Wolf in 3 moves. What do you have to fight me? Hearing that, the people of Tao Spirit Association all laughed and looked at Lin Xian mockingly. In their opinion, Lin Xian was courting death by challenging Yan Qingyang. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were also silent and looked unwilling. Although Lin Xian was strong, he didn't have much chance of winning against Yan Qingyang, who was ranked 64th. Ranked 64th. Is that strong? Lin Xian sneered. Look at you. Those who don't know better would think that you're ranked first. He wasn't afraid at all. When he fought with Fierce Wolf, he had only used half of his strength. If he used his full strength, he could even fight with a 3rd-level honorable. Moreover, when he wasn't an honorable, he had dared to kill an honorable who was 1 level higher than him. What more now? In Lin Xian's eyes, Yan Qingyang was nothing. If he wanted to, he could take his place anytime. Initially, he didn't want to rush up so quickly. After all, he had some trump cards that he couldn't reveal. However, now that Yan Qingyang was rushing to his death, he could only fulfill his wish. Stubborn fellow. Yan Qingyang sneered. I don't know if I'm strong or not, but I'm strong enough to kill you. After saying that, the aura on his body continued to rise and a powerful force spread in all directions. Everyone was terrified and retreated one after another, creating a safe distance between them. I only need 1 hand to deal with you. Yan Qingyang was very confident and only stretched out 1 hand. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He focused his gaze and attacked with all his strength. He wanted to take advantage of Yan Qingyang's carelessness and disdain to attack like thunder and take him down with lightning speed. This was a great opportunity for him. I want your ranking. Lin Xian also exuded a fierce aura. Kneel down. Yan Qingyang looked down from above and slapped down with 1 hand. He looked like he was toying with him. Chapter 778. Get lost. Yan Qingyang shouted. He wanted to mobilize his strength, but he was too late. The demonic sword pierced through his defensive inner armor and pierced through his body. Blood splattered and drifted into the sky. Yan Qingyang's body trembled as he was nailed in midair. I want you dead. Yan Qingyang was enraged. The person whom he had regarded as an ant had injured him. This was unforgivable. The aura in his body exploded as he wanted to attack with all his might. However, he was stunned the next moment as his body trembled uneasily. In his body, the red and black auras were flowing and destroying his body. The black sword chi was strange as it absorbed his spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. The red sword chi was extremely violent as it destroyed his meridians. In an instant, Yan Qingyang suffered an unimaginable injury. Ah! He screamed miserably and was terrified. Kid, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Yan Qingyang roared. Let me go and we'll fight fair and square. Are you sick in the head? Lin Xian sneered. Sneak attack you? Everyone saw it. You attacked first. I was just defending myself. How can you say that I sneak attack you? As for being injured, it only shows that you're not capable. Then, he shook his hand and the demonic sword shone brightly, releasing an even more terrifying aura. Yan Qingyang's expression changed again as he screamed in pain. The people from Dao Ling Association were stunned. When they came back to their senses, they shouted, Let go of young Master Yang. Kid, how dare you touch young Master Yang? You're dead meat. The group of people was furious and rushed forward. Pumph! Dongfang Xiong snorted and rushed out with the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion. The two sides faced each other and the atmosphere was tense. You want to fight? Unless you don't want his life anymore. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his arm and nailed Yan Qingyang to the ground with the demonic sword. I'm going to kill you. Yan Qingyang was in a frenzy. He had the strength, but he could not use it at all. The deathly still sword chi and massacre sword chi in his body had driven him into a frenzy. Moreover, he could not get rid of the terrifying attack power of the great dragon sword soul in a short time. Brat, I won't forgive you. Even now, you're still so arrogant? Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know how to repent. He smirked and stepped on Yan Qingyang's body. Lin Xian, I'm going to kill you. Yan Qingyang went crazy. He had never been humiliated like this before. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he activated the deathly silent sword. A terrifying force of death spread out and quickly took away the spiritual energy in Yan Qingyang's body. In the end, Yan Qingyang felt that his blood and vitality were about to be drained away. He was finally afraid. Stop! I admit defeat. Let me go. Yan Qingyang roared. Admit defeat? Let you go? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You're really a young master. Do you think we're playing a game? Is this something that can be solved just by admitting defeat? What do you want? Yan Qingyang gritted his teeth and said, What do I want? Lin Xian said in a deep voice, You brought people to kill me. Now that you can't defeat me, you want to beg for mercy and live peacefully? How can there be such a good thing in this world? If I'm the one being stepped on by you today, will you let me go? Lin Xian's words were like pearls that pierced into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Indeed, based on Yan Qingyang's arrogant attitude, if the one who was defeated was Lin Xian, he would probably end up in a worse state. Feeling that the vitality in his body was draining more and more, Yan Qingyang was terrified. This was his origin energy. He said in a deep voice, Lin Xian, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. There's no conflict between us. I don't like you because of a woman. Now, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you. That should be enough, right? Hearing that, the smile in Lin Xian's eyes deepened. Firstly, regarding Qingqing, you don't have the right to give it to me. Secondly, you don't have the right to say that in front of me. Murong Qingqing walked over with a cold expression. If we weren't in the academy, I would have killed you 1,000 times over for what you've said. The goddess was furious. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that made the hearts of the people around her tremble. Indeed, disregarding everything else, Yan Qingyang could never catch up to the other party in terms of status. Who was Murong Qingqing? She was the little princess of the imperial family. Her status was revered, and there were not many who could compete with her in the entire mainland. As for Yan Qingyang, he was just an ordinary genius. Although his family had some influence, it was nothing in front of the Murong family. Yan Qingyang also knew that he had said the wrong thing. He regretted it so much that his hatred for Lin Xian grew even stronger. In his opinion, he could not get Murong Qingqing's favor because of Lin Xian. The funny thing was, he never thought that with his status and strength, he was worthy of her. Forget it. There's no need to talk nonsense with trash like him. Lin Xian shook his head and did not want to waste any more time. Hand over your mystic supreme mirror and get lost with your people. Hearing that, the people from Dao Ling Association were shocked. Yan Qingyang roared madly, "What? Mystic supreme mirror? Impossible." He was mad. He would never hand over the mystic supreme mirror even if he died. If he lost other things, he could still get them back. However, once he lost the mystic supreme mirror, it would be very difficult to get it back. One should know that the mystic supreme mirror not only represented one's status, but it also had other magical uses. Carrying the mystic supreme mirror was equivalent to carrying a small spirit gathering formation. The effect of the spirit gathering formation was closely related to the ranking. For example, the one in Lin Xian's hand was ranked 75th. It had the effect of the third level of the middle grade spirit gathering formation. As for Yan Qingyang's, it had the effect of the 5th level of the spirit gathering tower. Although it was only a difference of 2 levels, the gap between them was very big. To be honest, Yan Qingyang's spirit gathering formation was more than twice as effective as Lin Xian's spirit gathering formation. That was also why the people on the Mystic Supreme ranking could cultivate very quickly and were very difficult to defeat. Those people were originally geniuses. In addition to the powerful cultivation effect of the Mystic Supreme Mirror, it was impossible for them to become weaker. Therefore, the Mystic Supreme Mirror was the reason why Yan Qingyang was powerful and stood above everyone else. How could he hand over such an item? You're not handing it over? Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. Lin Xian snorted. Then, the sword qi on his body became sharp again. A blood-red murderous aura filled the air, as if the god of death had descended from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Yan Qingyang's life was threatened, so the Mystic Supreme Mirror appeared automatically. Found it. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and smiled. If you dare take it, my big brother won't let you off. Yan Qingyang went crazy and threatened sternly. Your big brother? It's useless even if your grandfather is here. Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. He reached out his hand and grabbed the Mystic Supreme Mirror. He's right. You better not touch his Mystic Supreme Mirror. Otherwise, no one in the Immortal Martial Academy will be able to stop you. Chapter 779. He's right. You'd better not touch his mystical fire mirror. Otherwise, no one in the Immortal Martial Academy will be able to stop you. Just as Lin Xian was about to grab Yan Qingyang's mystical fire mirror, a cold voice was heard. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. They did not know when a figure had appeared in front of them. The people from the Dao Spirit Association were overjoyed. It was obvious that the person who had come was related to them. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked ahead. When the figure appeared, he naturally felt it. Based on speed alone, he was an expert. You're his elder brother? Lin Xian asked. No. The person shook his head and walked over slowly. Qingyang's elder brother is the president of the Dao Spirit Association. You'll know if you ask around. I'm here today to pass a message to the president. Let him go and everything can be discussed. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Haha, did you hear that? My elder brother has spoken. Yan Qingyang laughed wildly. Kid, let me go quickly. Kowtow and cripple your arms. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Don't you think you're too naive if you want me to let him go with just one sentence? Lin Xian said coldly. The person who had come was a young man in a dark green robe. He held a folding fan in his hand and said confidently, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Our president is an expert ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. You're not someone to be trifled with." "What? Ranked 30th? The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. The Mystic Honorable Leaderboard included the top 100 young experts in the academy. Even if they were on the leaderboard, the gap between them was huge. There was a huge gap between each ranking, especially the top 30 martial artists. There was a world of difference between them and the people behind them. Although the president of the Tao Spirit Association, Yan Qingshan, was only ranked 30th, he was probably stronger than all the martial artists behind him combined. Such a person was almost invincible. That was why Yan Qingyang was so arrogant and why the young man in a dark robe was so calm. The young man in a dark robe fanned himself with a calm expression. In his opinion, as long as he mentioned the president's name, the other party would definitely back off. If it were anyone else, they might really be afraid. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. After Lin Xian heard this, he did not show any expression. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Yan Qingyang on the ground. He said coldly, "Hand over the Mystic Supreme Mirror." "What?" The surrounding martial artists were shocked, their faces full of astonishment. This Lin Xian was too bold. Even the black-clothed young man's face was gloomy. He thought that Lin Xian would be afraid, but who would have thought that Lin Xian did not react at all, and even ignored him directly? "You want the Mystic Supreme Mirror? Impossible. Unless you kill me." Yan Qingyang bellowed furiously, his eyes filled with killing intent. "You think I don't dare?" Lin Xian was also angry. How could he be soft-hearted when someone bullied his family? Clenching his fist, a dazzling sword chi was condensed. It carried the power of the great dragon sword soul and was exceptionally sharp. Then he thrust his sword toward Yan Qingyang's body. Puchi! The tip of the sword pierced through the other party's body without any hesitation, as though it was cutting through tofu. Yan Qingyang screamed again. The hatred in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to do such a thing after knowing his brother's name. Beside him, the black-clothed young man's face was also gloomy. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. "Kid, what you are doing now is very satisfying and satisfying." The dark-skinned youth's face darkened, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. "Just wait for the president's anger. Don't be so agitated. I am just doing things according to your worldview. However, you have become the weak ones." Lin Xian's expression did not change. "I don't know why your president is not here. Regardless of whether he is pretending to be strong or has something to do, I will personally visit him in 3 months and fight him. By then, you will know who is the real strong one." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful, spreading in all directions. "If the president had not gone out for a mission, you would be dead today." The dark-skinned youth snorted. "All right, I will let you live for another 3 months. Chapter 780. The news of Lin Xian injuring Yan Qingyang and obtaining the Mystique Honorable Mirror soon spread throughout the Celestial Martial Academy. Countless people were shocked and stirred up. Yan Qingyang was ranked 64th on the Mystique Honorable ranking list. Moreover, he had a powerful brother and had a powerful background. Even those experts would not dare to provoke him. However, a new student had accomplished such a feat. Not only did he injure Yan Qingyang, but he also challenged Yan Qingshan 3 months later. How audacious! This Lin Xian is really arrogant and fearless. He's too arrogant. It's impossible for him to challenge Yan Qingshan 3 months later. The entire academy was discussing Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not pay attention to these. He was preparing for the auction in Windy City a month later. He had already sent a message to Yu Fei to collect information about the auction so that he could prepare in advance. The auction this time was very grand. Many people had already set off for Windy City before it even started. All kinds of news were flying around. Some said that there would be an Earth rank martial technique, and some said that there would be an 8th grade elixir pill. All in all kinds of fantastic news made people excited. A few days later, Yu Fei sent a message. In order to attract more people, the Vientiane auction released some of the auction items. Among them were the items that Lin Xian needed to make the Red Lotus armor. Other than that, there was also a half-Earth rank treasure sword. Lin Xian was determined to get the Phoenix Blood Gold used to make the Red Lotus armor. This item was very important to him as it was the foundation of the Red Lotus armor. Other than that, the half-Earth rank treasure sword also tempted him. One should know that the best weapon he had was the Wind Shadow sword, an upper spiritual rank treasure weapon. However, it seemed that it was not enough. If he could get a half-Earth rank treasure weapon, his attack power would increase by several times. It would definitely be a great help. Of course, he also knew that such a half-Earth rank treasure weapon was very rare. There would definitely be a large number of martial artists fighting for it. What he needed to do now was to gather enough spiritual stones. He looked at the spiritual stones in his storage ring. There were about 70 million spiritual stones. If it was during normal times, it would definitely be enough. But now, in front of the Phoenix Blood Gilt Gold and a half-Earth Step treasure, it was simply not enough. There was still a month left. It would not be easy to get a large amount of spirit stones. He still had some treasures in his possession, such as 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and a few half-Earth rank martial arts. If he were to sell these, he should be able to exchange them for a large amount of spirit stones. However, he estimated that it was still not enough. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the table, trying to think of a solution. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he thought of something. Qinghong Society. When he first came to the Blood Realm, he went to 2 cities, Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City. As a result, he had clashed with the forces in those cities. After he had killed the Flying Tiger City Lord, there had been experts from the Green-Red Society who had come to kill him. Fortunately, he relied on his speed to escape safely. However, this matter would not be settled so easily. Now was the perfect time to start with them. Thinking about it, they had a lot of wealth in their hands. Together with the Lion Moon City's Wang family, it should be enough. The leader of the Azure Red Society should be a rank 3 supremacy. He should also have a large number of experts under him. Lin Xian pondered and deduced the possibility of killing the other party. He realized that it was very difficult. Other than the Azure Red Society's headquarters, there were 6 other cities under them, which were the 6 major branches. Lin Xian felt that it would be better to start with these branch cities. Azure Mountain City, Flying Tiger City. Lin Xian confirmed 2 targets. Not only that, he also planned to bring Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong over from the Sand region and let them build a battle arena here. On one hand, he sent a message to the Sand region. On the other hand, he gathered people and prepared to attack Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City. In fact, he did not need to do anything at all in these 2 cities. He only needed to keep an eye on the Azure Red Society. He had Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong lead 100 people to Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City, respectively. Lin Xian began to arrange other things. He summoned the Dark Red Divine Dragon and had him carve a few black jade platforms to save his life at critical moments. The black jade platforms were equivalent to small portable teleportation portals. It was very convenient, but it was very troublesome to create. This was because this kind of spatial teleportation inscription was an ancient method. Ordinary people could not master it at all. Only an old monster like the Dark Red Divine Dragon could master it. Moreover, the materials needed to carve a black jade platform were very expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. Kid, the materials you gave me are not good enough. I can only make the ones that can teleport you 10 miles away, the Dark Red Divine Dragon said. Seeing Lin Xian's flickering eyes, he sighed. All right, I haven't recovered yet. I can only make the ones that can teleport you 1,000 miles away. 1,000 miles is enough. Lin Xian nodded. Then he went to the True Spirit Hall to exchange for some materials and gave them to the Dark Red Divine Dragon. 3 days later, the 6 black jade platforms were completed. They could teleport you 1,000 miles away in an instant. It was definitely a good way to save your life. After putting away the 6 black jade platforms, Lin Xian also received news from Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong that the 2 cities had been conquered. Let's go. It's time for us to move. Lin Xian did not bring anyone with him. He only brought the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey with him. He set off alone at a very fast speed and arrived at Qingshan City a day later. Qingshan City. Ever since the death of the Blood Wolf Gang's leader, the Azure Red Society had sent new experts to hold the fort. However, how could they defeat the students of the Immortal Martial Academy? Wang Li led a group of people and killed them without much effort. The rest of the gang members also surrendered. Brother Xian, this is that guy's storage ring. This is the basement of the Blood Wolf Gang. Wang Li said. Lin Xian nodded. He scanned the storage ring with his soul force and kept it. Then he walked to the basement of the Blood Wolf Gang and squinted his eyes. The wealth of the Blood Wolf Gang was richer than he had imagined. Just the storage ring alone had 50 million spirit stones, and that was not including the other things. The treasures in the vault were even more plentiful. There were 90 million mid-grade spirit stones and some weapons. Inner armor, cultivation methods, pills, and the like. Lin Xian waved his sleeves and kept the 90 million spirit stones into the storage ring. He then said to the crowd, I have a use for these spirit stones, so I'll keep them. As for the other things, you can divide them among yourselves. Many thanks, Brother Xian. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were overjoyed. Although the Blood Wolf Gang's strength was weak, they were indeed rich. It seemed like they had done a lot of bad things in Qingshan City. Until now, Lin Xian had over 200 million mid-grade spirit stones in his hands. He smiled and began to set up the Qingshan City. Since the city had already been conquered, Lin Xian had no intention of letting it go. He set up some defensive arrays and arranged for some people to stay. Then he left. Chapter 781. Lin Xian chose the right time and city. Firstly, the Vientiane auction was approaching and the Azure Red Society would definitely participate. Therefore, he didn't have much time to deal with this matter. Furthermore, the Green Mountain City and Flying Tiger City were located in remote areas. Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong had quickly defeated their enemies, so the news wouldn't spread out so quickly. When Lin Xian arrived at the Flying Tiger City, he obtained another 150 million spiritual stones. He now had 370 million spiritual stones in his possession, which was an astronomical number. After making some arrangements, Lin Xian prepared to bring Yu Fei to the Windy City. As for the others, he planned to transfer them over when the auction started. A few days later, he arrived at the Windy City. Lin Xian was no stranger to this ancient city as he had been here once before. He sighed in his heart when he came here again. When he first came here, he was only a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. 2 months later, he was already a venerable realm martial artist with heaven-defying combat strength. He could even fight against a third-layer venerable. The Windy City was much livelier than before. Martial artists from all over the Blood Realm had arrived to participate in the Vientiane auction. As expected of the Wanxiang auction, it's so grand. Yu Fei exclaimed, this is only a small part of the auction, but it has already attracted so many people. If all the items are listed, the entire Blood Realm will be shaken. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although the half-earth rank treasure sword was good, it shouldn't be the most valuable item. The two chatted as they walked. Suddenly, a few figures blocked their path. Lin Xian frowned and looked forward. 3 middle-aged men in black leather armor and bamboo hats said coldly, if the 2 of you want to enter the city, pay the entrance fee first. 30,000 spiritual stones for each of you. 30,000 spiritual stones for entrance fee. Yu Fei sneered, do you think we're newbies? There wasn't any entrance fee when we came here a few days ago. That was in the past. Now that the Vientiane auction is approaching, of course there's an entrance fee. That's right, another person said, 30,000 spirit stones per person. If you pay, you can enter the city. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate in the auction. The 3 of them had cold expressions as they stared at Lin Xian and Lin Xian, as if they were certain they would win. Wenfeng City is an ancient city. A long time ago, the rule was set that there is no entrance fee. This is also the reason why Wenfeng City is so prosperous. Moreover, even if there is an entrance fee, it should be collected by the city guards, Lin Xian said indifferently. This kind of important matter shouldn't be handled by a nobody. What did you say? Brat, you're courting death. That martial artist was immediately enraged. This brat in front of him actually dared to scold them. He was really reckless. Brat, to tell you the truth, we are not guards, and we don't need to pay the entrance fee to enter the city. However, we want to rob the two of you. What can you do? The leading martial artist sneered. Two little dolls, it seems like you still don't know the name of us three brothers. No one can escape from us, the bald eagle trio. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the spirit stones and treasures on you. Otherwise, we'll throw you two into the forest to feed the wolves. The three of them sneered. In the blood realm, killing and robbing was a very common thing. I'll give you a chance to live. Scram. Lin Xian said coldly. Did you hear that? My boss asked you to scram. Hurry up and scram. Yu Fei clenched his fists and said, Scram? Boss? The three of them looked at each other and then laughed. Haha, this is too funny. Boss? Brat, you can learn anything, but you still want to pretend to be a boss. Do you look like one? Then their expressions changed. Their bodies emitted a powerful and cold aura, as if they were ferocious beasts that had awakened. Brat, no one can scold us. Anyone who has scolded us is already dead. Hee hee, I'm going to cut off your tongues first, then dig out your eyeballs. I'm going to torture you to death. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame it on your lack of respect. One of the martial artists stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Wisps of black gas appeared on his palm as if they were going to devour him. The other passers-by saw this scene and shook their heads. They knew the name of the bald eagle trio. They were incomparably cruel. The two young men were surrounded by them, so they were definitely in trouble. These people only glanced at them and did not go forward to help. After all, such things were common in the blood realm. Bang. However, when the palm was 3 feet away from Lin Xian, it could not move. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had imprisoned it. What? The burly man was stunned. Then, his expression became very ugly. He used all his strength, but he still could not move his fist. His face was flushed red, and his veins were popping out. Brat, I'm going to kill you! The burly man shouted angrily, then kicked out. This kick was as fast as lightning. It swept towards Lin Xian's waist, bringing with it an endless gust of wind. If the kick hit, even a mountain would collapse. However, in the face of such a dangerous attack, Lin Xian only sneered. He flicked his finger and a sword chi exploded on the burly man's leg. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the burly man screamed and broke out in cold sweat. His legs fell to the ground powerlessly, and his bones turned into powder. The other two gasped. Their eyes were full of horror. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Big brother, we were wrong, the burly man said in a trembling voice. He was in so much pain that he was about to faint. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, he waved his sleeve and sent the burly man in front of him flying. He turned into a star and disappeared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They didn't expect the Condor trio to be defeated. Moreover, it was at the hands of a young man. Here we were wrong. Please let us go. We'll get out of here. The remaining two were trembling in fear. The young man in front of them was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. The two of them knelt down and rolled on the ground like a ball. They maintained this posture until they disappeared. Let's go. Lin Xian didn't make a move. Instead, he said lightly. Soon, the two of them entered the city, leaving behind a group of martial artists in a daze. What a terrifying young man. Who is this person? He didn't even make a move and defeated the Condor trio? So strong, so domineering. I heard that the Red Leaf Valley's genius Hong Wuji is also here. Could it be him? It doesn't seem like it. The Red Leaf Valley's people are very ostentatious. It's impossible for them to only bring one person here. Someone shook his head. They were all guessing, but there was no conclusion. There was a reason for their guesses. The Red Leaf Valley's people were famous for being arrogant and domineering. Logically speaking, this kind of character couldn't survive. However, they were very strong, so they were able to continue being arrogant and domineering. In the Immortal Martial Academy, there were many disciples from the Red Leaf Valley. Among them, the most powerful was the leader of the Red Maple Gang, Hongwuji. Chapter 782. Wenfeng City, Taihe Restaurant. It was a famous restaurant in the city. It was noon and the restaurant was bustling with activity. Coupled with the fact that the Wanxiang auction was around the corner, business was booming. At this moment, a group of people dressed in red walked down the street. The arrival of this group of people caused the bustling street to become unusually quiet. No one dared to make a sound. 6 beautiful women appeared on the street. Each of them carried a sword in their arms. Their steps were light and seductive. In the middle of the 6 beautiful women was a young man in red robes. This young man was very handsome and should have been very attractive. However, the arrogance on his face and the arrogance in his eyes blocked everything outside. "Young master, this restaurant is not bad. It's suitable for resting," one of the beautiful women said. The arrogant young man glanced at her casually and grunted. Next, 2 women dressed in red walked to the entrance of the restaurant and tied 2 red ropes. Then, they said softly, "Red Leaves Valley has booked this place. The rest of you, disappear within 10 seconds. "What Red Leaves Valley?" When the people in the restaurant heard this, they were so scared that they scattered. No one dared to stay. Lin Xian heard the noise outside and frowned. He did not expect to meet Red Leaves Valley here. Moreover, the other party was as arrogant as ever. "Brother Xian, what should we do?" Yu Fei asked. "Ignore him," Lin Xian said coldly and continued eating. In the blink of an eye, the entire restaurant was emptied out. Only then did the arrogant young man snort coldly and head in. The surrounding people were terrified. Although the young man in red was arrogant, his aura was very sharp. It was like a sharp sword that made people tremble. The young man in red walked into the restaurant slowly. However, he soon frowned because he realized that there were other people in the restaurant. Moreover, there were 2 of them. However, his eyes were only fixed on one person. It was a young man in a blue shirt. This was because he felt the same sharp aura from the other party. Although the other party did not release it, he could feel it because they were both swordsmen. However, when he felt it carefully, there were some differences. His aura was sharp and overbearing, while the other party had a terrifying murderous aura. Behind the red-robed youth, the 6 beautiful girls were trembling at this moment. They hadn't chased everyone away. This must have caused the young master's dissatisfaction. Thinking of the red-robed youth's cruel and violent character, the 6 girls trembled slightly. "Young master, I'll go kill him," one of the girls with an oval face said. "No need." The red-robed young man shook his head. Then he stared at Lin Xian and whispered, "Interesting. Brat, you're very lucky to be able to sit with me." The corner of the red-robed young man's mouth curled up slightly. Then he found a seat in the middle and sat down. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He could also feel the strength of his opponent. However, if they were to fight, he was still very confident that he could win. However, the other party was too arrogant. With that condescending attitude, he was destined not to go far in his life. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian raised his wineglass. However, this action of his was met with a reprimand. "Why are you shaking your head?" One of the girls with an oval face snorted coldly. "You're lucky to be able to sit with our young master in the same room. Not only are you not grateful, but you even dare to shake your head? You're too nosy." Yu Fei sneered. The other party was too arrogant. That condescending attitude of his was infuriating. Swoosh! With a faint flash, the wineglass in Yu Fei's hand shattered and the wine spilled all over the floor. The wineglass was split in half. The cut was smooth as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. Other than the wine glass, the table and the people were not hurt at all. I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare your life. If there's a next time, it'll be your head that's split in half. The red-robed youth said coldly. He had been holding his wine glass as if he had never attacked. He's so strong. I didn't even see how he attacked. Yeah, he's so fast. Outside the restaurant, the crowd was shocked. They didn't even see how the other party attacked. Yu Fei was also shocked. His hands were trembling slightly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party's swordsmanship was above his expectations. However, although he was surprised, he didn't take it to heart. That was because he had seen everything with his own eyes. Although the others couldn't see the red-robed youth's attack, Lin Xian saw it clearly. He even thought of several ways to counter it in an instant. He knew that the sword wouldn't hurt Yu Fei. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Seeing Lin Xian remain silent, the girls thought that he was afraid and immediately sneered. After that, they no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian and his companion. Instead, they gathered at a nearby table and started discussing. We'll get that sword in a month. Yeah, we'll be able to collect all 7 swords by then. No, that sword's value is above these 6 swords. The few of them discussed while the red-robed youth sat alone in the center drinking wine. Hearing this, many people outside pricked up their ears. A weapon that could attract the red-robed youth's attention was definitely not ordinary. Of course, that Lone Star is a half-Earth-rank treasure. It's a rare item in the world. The girls said proudly as if the sword already belonged to them. As expected, the crowd exclaimed after hearing this. In order to attract more people, the Wanxiang auction released information about some treasures in advance. One of them was a sword called Lone Star. It was the half-Earth-rank treasure. Half-Earth-rank treasures were rare in the world. They could be said to be divine weapons. In the absence of Earth-rank treasures, it was the best weapon. Every time a weapon like this appeared, it would cause a storm of blood and countless people would lose their lives. Only a true powerhouse deserved to own it. As if she heard the crowd's discussion, the girl with the oval face said proudly, "Of course this treasure sword belongs to our young master. Whoever dares to snatch it will be our young master's enemy and the Red Leaf Valley's enemy. When that time comes, no one in the world will be able to save him." The girl's voice was very loud as if she was warning everyone not to have any ideas about the half-Earth-rank treasure. Yu Fei was also stunned. He didn't expect that the other party was also after the Lone Star sword. Then, he looked at Lin Xian with a worried expression. However, what made him feel relieved was that Lin Xian didn't show any expression. He wasn't angry or worried. Lin Xian was very calm. The girl's words didn't cause any emotions in him, nor did they scare him. Just like what those people said, this treasure was only for those who were strong enough. And strength wasn't something that could be shouted. He believed that the two of them weren't the only ones who came for the Lone Star sword. Perhaps all the powerful swordsmen would come. When that time came, the real fight would begin. He clearly remembered that in the restaurant, there were 2 other people besides Hong Wuji and the Red Leaf Valley's people. Lin Xian was one of them. The Red Leaf Valley's arrogance was well known. To be able to stay in the same restaurant as the Red Leaf Valley's people was enough to show how powerful the other party was. However, that concealment technique was his lifeblood. He could not bear to give it away. Not going to give it away? Lin Xian laughed. I can immediately send you to the Red Leaf Valley. At that time, I'll give it to you. The gray-robed man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, If I give it to you, will you let me go? Chapter 784. Soon, Lin Xian obtained a cultivation technique from the gray-robed man. Instantly, he revealed a trace of surprise. Then, his expression returned to normal. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the sword qi and released the gray-robed man. Looking at the escaping figure, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a joyful smile. Kid, looking at your smile, did you get a great deal? The dark red dragon asked. It's really a great deal. This cultivation technique is very magical. It's just that guy doesn't know how to use it. Lin Xian smiled. Such a good cultivation technique is indeed a waste in his hands. If I'm not wrong, this should be an ancient concealment cultivation technique. I think that guy must have found it in some cave. With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. He wanted to find a place to properly cultivate this cultivation technique. According to his prediction, if he succeeded, he would be able to conceal his aura, cultivation, and even soul fluctuations. He could even change his appearance and become another person. This way, he would have another method. In Wind-Seeking City, more and more people entered, causing the guest rooms to gradually fill up. Lin Xian did not go to the inn. Instead, under Yu Fei's lead, he went to the cultivation pagoda in the city. Other than being an ancient city, the cultivation pagoda in the city was also very famous. It was said that there was a spirit vein below. In addition to the spirit gathering array carved by a formation master, the spirit chi here was abnormally dense. Therefore, this cultivation pagoda had become a famous building. Its effect was not inferior to the mid-grade spirit gathering array in the academy. Lin Xian's Mystic Supreme Mirror was only effective within and near the Immortal Martial Academy because of its uniqueness. It seemed that this had something to do with the 10,000-foot-tall stone tablet. And now, Lin Xian also wanted to find a place to rest. Therefore, he went to the cultivation pagoda. The black cultivation pagoda was 100 meters tall and had a total of 10 levels. The higher the level, the better the effect and the more expensive the price. Lin Xian and Yu Fei walked in and realized that most of the cultivation rooms were full. However, there were also some empty cultivation rooms, but no one dared to go there. It was as if everyone was afraid of those cultivation rooms. Lin Xian didn't think so. He urgently needed to find a place, and since it was an empty cultivation room, why couldn't he enter? Therefore, he brought Yu Fei to a cultivation room on the 3rd floor. Brat, stop. That's not a place you can enter. Just as Lin Xian neared, a cold shout rang out. Immediately, the other cultivators in the passageway looked over in surprise, looking at Lin Xian with a trace of confusion. Was this guy not afraid of death? Can't enter? Lin Xian frowned. This is an empty cultivation room. Why can't we enter? Brat, is this your first day here? A young man walked out with a cold smile on his face. Do you see the symbol on the door? This is the Chao family's emblem. This is young Master Chao's personal cultivation room. How can a lowly martial artist like you be worthy? If you delay young Master Chao's cultivation, even 10 lives won't be enough. Personal cultivation room? Lin Xian sneered. Before he came here, he had never heard of any personal cultivation room. He just knew that young Master Chao relied on his family to seize it by force and forbade others from using it. This kind of tyranny was comparable to the people from Red Leaf Valley. However, now that there was a shortage of cultivation rooms, how could Lin Xian back down? Moreover, there was no one in the cultivation room. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Then let me ask you, did your young Master Chao pay spirit stones for this cultivation room when he was free? Lin Xian asked calmly. If the other party paid spirit stones, then he really couldn't fight for it. Unexpectedly, after the young man heard this, he laughed disdainfully. Pay spirit stones? What an idiot. Even if young Master Chao's cultivation room was empty, no one would dare to use it. Why pay spirit stones? Brat, I advise you to get out of here. Didn't pay? Then it's easy. Lin Xian smiled. If one paid spirit stones, no one else could enter, regardless of whether there was a person or not. However, if one didn't pay spirit stones and still wanted to occupy it, then it was unreasonable and bullying others. I don't know what young Master Chao is. I only saw that there was no one in the cultivation room and you didn't pay spirit stones. Since it's an ownerless cultivation room, why can't I enter? Lin Xian said in a low voice, then strode forward. If you're really tired of living. The young man sneered. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending young Master Chao. He waved his hand, forming 2 pale white bone claws in the air. They were 10 feet long and grabbed at Lin Xian. You dare to attack me? Lin Xian sneered and punched out. His golden fist expanded like a golden mountain and blasted forward. Boom! The pale white bone claws shattered and turned into powder. Then, the young man's expression changed drastically. He clutched his chest and flew backward. Bang! He slammed heavily into the wall, looking very embarrassed. You dare to attack me? The young man didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could destroy his attack with one punch. You're dead. The Chao family won't let you go. I don't know about the Chao family, but I know that if you don't get lost, you'll be the one to die. Lin Xian said coldly. You just wait. The young man's face was gloomy. He glared at Lin Xian, then quickly left. You can use this room. Lin Xian said to Yu Fei. Brother Xian, what about you? I'll go upstairs and take a look. Lin Xian said, then walked up the stairs. On the floor above, he also saw the empty cultivation room occupied by the Chao family. He sneered and used a sword chi to erase the mark. Then he walked in. In the cultivation room, he waved his sleeve and set up a defensive array. Then, he took out the concealment technique he got from the man in gray. This technique was called the heaven-changing technique. It could change one's appearance, hide one's aura, and even change one's soul fluctuation to become another person. If one mastered it, they could even change heaven and earth. However, the technique in Lin Xian's hand was an incomplete version. Only the front part was available. But it was enough for him. Lin Xian's soul force was powerful, so he learned it very quickly. Not long after, his muscles and bones changed. Then his entire appearance and figure changed, turning him into a cold man. He activated it again and became a middle-aged scholar again. Lin Xian's aura suddenly disappeared. Chapter 785. On the second day, Lin Xian had grasped the basics of changing soul fluctuations. No one below the 5th level of the martial honor realm could detect it. It would be more difficult to cultivate further down the path. It would require time to accumulate. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. This was enough for him. Therefore, he got up and left the cultivation room. When he came out, he immediately noticed that the martial artists in the passage looked at him differently. Their expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. What happened? He found a person and asked. You offended the Chao family yesterday and they're here for revenge today. They thought you were below and surrounded the cultivation room that you robbed. Chao family? Pumph. Lin Xian snorted and quickly walked down. In the cultivation room on the 3rd floor, Yu Fei looked miserable. He could not cultivate at all and could only walk around in circles anxiously. The door of the cultivation room was mercilessly bombarded, and every time it was hit, it would make a loud noise. Under such circumstances, no martial artist could cultivate. Moreover, through the hole in the door, he saw that it was the young man who was beaten up yesterday. It was obvious that the Chao family was here. He could only wait for Lin Xian to come out first. Boom! However, in the next moment, the door of the cultivation room was blasted open. A few martial artists quickly rushed in and surrounded Yu Fei. It's not that guy? Zhang Tao was stunned. Why, he's not the arrogant guy you were talking about. An arrogant young man asked coldly. He was wearing a chow-colored robe and looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He had an arrogant expression and looked down on everyone. It's not that guy, but he should be that guy's accomplice. Zhang Tao said, I saw them together yesterday. I think that guy should have gone to another cultivation room. However, we can wait for him here. I'm sure he'll appear. Zhang Tao grinned hideously. Young Master Chao, why don't we teach this guy a lesson and let him know how powerful you are? First break his limbs, then peel off his flesh piece by piece. Chao Tong said indifferently. He looked very indifferent. It seemed that he had done this many times. A group of people had already gathered outside. When they heard this, they shook their heads and sighed. This guy is really unlucky. He dared to offend the Chao clan. That's right, the Chao clan is one of the most powerful clans in Wind-Seeking City. Didn't these people ask around before? This kid is just an accomplice. I don't know where the main culprit went. Maybe he ran away a long time ago. A group of people discussed in low voices. Inside the training room, two strong warriors grinned as they stepped forward. One of them held a long blue staff while the other held a long saber. The two of them blocked Yu Fei's path. "I'll kill you all," Yu Fei shouted angrily, wanting to break out. Boom! Spiritual energy exploded, filling the surroundings with a terrifying aura. He'd consumed quite a lot of spirit herbs in the Chao clan recently, so his cultivation had reached the half-step exalt realm. Thus, his attack was extremely imposing. However, the two warriors on the other side were even stronger. The two of them attacked and interrupted Yu Fei's attack. At the same time, they sent him flying with a strike. Yu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and was immediately severely injured. His entire body shook uncontrollably. "Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame your accomplice." He actually dared to offend young Master Chao. Zhang Tao grinned. What a pity for you. Maybe that brat has already run away and left you as a scapegoat. Ha ha. Yu Fei's mouth was full of blood, but he threw his head back and laughed. "Brother Xian will help me repay the injuries you guys inflicted on me 10 times over. Even if you kill me, Brother Xian will help me take revenge." "Brother Xian? You're really courting death. The two of you, hurry up and attack. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Chao Tong shouted coldly. Buzz. Immediately, the two warriors attacked, and a terrifying attack instantly surged towards Yu Fei. "Even if I die, I will drag you guys down with me," Yu Fei shouted angrily, wanting to risk his life. "Brother Xian, I will follow you in the next life." Yu Fei's eyes were red and cracked. He wanted to self-destruct his spirit energy and create an explosion that would kill everyone. However, in the next moment, a palm was placed on his shoulder, immediately suppressing the rampaging spirit energy in his body. Not only that, the aura was extremely cool and quickly healed the injuries in his body. Boom! The energy exploded, and it was terrifying as it drowned the area in front of him. This is the result of provoking young Master Chao. Zhang Tao looked forward with a sneer. The martial artists outside were also silent. Suddenly, the void fluctuated, and the violent energy ball seemed to have been split apart by something, instantly turning into countless fragments. Following that, a gust of wind blew over, blowing everything away. Everyone was puzzled as they looked over. Even Chao Tong frowned. He did not understand what was going on. He saw a young man in blue standing in front of Yu Fei. He had an extraordinary bearing, but his expression was abnormally cold. "It's you." Zhang Tao's expression changed, and then he laughed sinisterly. "Young Master Chao, he's the brat who stole the cultivation room." "It's him?" Chao Tong's face immediately darkened, and a thick killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Brat, you have guts. You actually dare to steal my cultivation room. Now, kneel down and cripple your arms. Crawl under my crotch and I might spare your life. Otherwise, the two of you will experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Recuperate well, I'll help you take revenge." Lin Xian said to Yu Fei, and then took out a bottle of pills. "Brother Xian." Yu Fei was excited. He nodded and stood aside, pouring out the pills and swallowing them. Lin Xian turned his head, looked at Chao Tong and the rest, and said in a deep voice, "Now, cripple your arms, kneel down and kowtow to my brother, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will know what it means to live a life worse than death." Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it spread clearly in all directions. The murderous intent in his voice made many people tremble. Especially the warriors outside, their faces were filled with shock. "This brat is so arrogant." Chao Tong, Zhang Tao, and the rest laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. "What did he say? He wants me to apologize?" Chao Tong's face was filled with disdain. Zhang Tao sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Brat, you dare to threaten young Master Chao? No one in Wind-Seeking City can save you. Just wait for your death." Chapter 786. However, Countless blood-colored auras gushed out from his surroundings like a sea of blood, surging in the air. Boom! Suddenly, two bloody hands reached out from the sea of blood. Like dragons, they instantly shattered the staff and blade radiance in the sky. Then, they quickly enveloped the two martial artists. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, causing one's hair to stand on end and their scalps to go numb. In the next moment, the two bloody hands let go and retreated into the sea of blood. And at the place where the two martial artists originally stood, two piles of white bones appeared. As for the silhouette of a person, there was not a single one. Dead? Everyone was shocked and speechless. This method was too terrifying. Zhang Tao was also shocked. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, so he asked Qiao Tong to bring 6 martial artists with him. Among the 6 martial artists, 4 of them were half-step martial artists, and the other 2 were first-level honorables. With such a lineup, they would be safe in Wind-Seeking City. With the Qiao family status, no one would dare to provoke them. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would kill the 2 of them in an instant. His method was decisive and ruthless. "You dare to kill my men?" Qiao Tong was furious. As the young master of the Qiao family, he had always been the one bullying others. No one dared to bully him, let alone kill his men. Therefore this time, Qiao Tong was furious. "Kill him for me!" he shouted angrily. Only by killing the other party could he calm down. "Young master, let me do it," said an old man beside him. He was in a red robe and had little hair. His face was skinny and he looked very old. However, his eyes were extremely bright, like the stars in the sky. Not only that, but the old man also had a terrifying aura. It was the aura of an honorable. The old man in the red robe was a first-level honorable and was Qiao Tong's bodyguard. "Be ruthless and kill him," Qiao Tong said. The death of the 2 half-step honorables meant that Lin Xian's strength was far above that of a half-step honorable. Therefore, they could only send a real honorable. They did not feel the aura of an honorable from Lin Xian, so they thought that Lin Xian was not an honorable. After receiving the order, the red-robed elder stepped out and coldly said, "Aunt, I'll make you kneel in front of the young master and die." He roared angrily and punched out. Boom! It was as if a great earthquake had occurred. The entire cultivation pagoda was shaking. That fist was like a ferocious tiger, firm and powerful. This punch had a tremendous momentum, directly making the weaker martial artists lie flat on the ground. Countless people were horrified, not daring to imagine the power of this fist. Qiao Tong, Zhang Tao, and the others sneered. It was as if they could already see the scene of the other party being beaten up. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. A first-level venerable realm cultivator was inferior to an ant in front of him. He still didn't move. The sea of blood behind him churned and condensed into a blood-colored longsword. It was incomparably scarlet and emitted a demonic light. The sword light flashed, like a blood-red lightning, instantly striking out. The air split apart, and killing intent filled the air, causing everyone to tremble. The red-robed old man's arm was chopped off, turning into white bones in the air. Then, the blood-red sword flashed again and cut off his legs. The red-robed elder fell to the ground as if he was kneeling. "You must die kneeling in front of my brother." Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. If he had come a step later, Yu Fei might have died by now. The other party was so arrogant and domineering that he didn't care about any rules. In that case, there was nothing for him to worry about. The blood-red longsword pierced through the red-robed elder's body and pierced his heart, taking away all of his vitality and blood. The red-robed elder's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He regretted it now. Why didn't he see the other party's strength clearly? Why did he forcefully stand up? However, he didn't have the chance to regret it. Under the effect of the blood-red longsword, he turned into a pool of blood. "What?" Zhang Tao screamed with a face full of fear. Qiao Tong's expression also changed drastically, and he was stunned on the spot. His personal bodyguard, the red-robed elder, was a venerable. Yet he was killed in one move? This was probably even more fantastical than a dream. Not only them, but everyone was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Chow Tong screamed with a terrified expression. You dare to kill him! You're dead meat! Zhang Tao's face was also filled with fear, and his body kept trembling. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. They definitely couldn't let such an enemy live. However, the other elder didn't think so. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Young master, I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. This time, it's our fault. I'll compensate you with 100,000 spirit stones and won't pursue the matter of you killing him. Let's forget about this matter. How about that?" He didn't say that to reconcile, but to leave this place as soon as possible. The other party was too terrifying. If they stayed here, they would be in great danger. His responsibility was to protect the young master, so he had to give in at this critical moment. Hearing that, Chow Tong's heart pounded wildly. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The purple-robed elder took a deep breath and threw out a storage ring. Clang. Lin Xian didn't move at all. The storage ring fell to the ground. You brought people to kill us, but now that you realize that you can't kill us, you want to leave. Let me ask you, is there such a simple thing in the world? Lin Xian sneered. I'll give you 1,000,000 spirit stones to kill you once. I'll stop regardless of whether I succeed or not. How about that? Seeing the other party's expression, he sneered. Since you know that it's impossible, you should know how I feel. Today, none of you will leave. Those who bully my brother, die. Hearing that, everyone's hearts pounded wildly. This young man was so domineering. Although his logic wasn't wrong, he was the first person who dared to face the Chow family like this. Chow Tong and the others had ugly expressions and were trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian killed a first-rank honored realm cultivator in one move. This meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. He definitely surpassed a first-rank honored realm cultivator. The strongest martial artist here was the purple-robed elder. He was much stronger than the red-robed elder, but he didn't have the confidence to face Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the purple-robed elder's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and his attitude became firm again. This is Wind-Seeking City. The Chow family is a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. You better think about the consequences if you take action here. Although you feel good now, I'm afraid there won't be a place for you in the city. By then, you'll end up in a worse state. Young man, don't do anything wrong. Hearing that, Lin Xian smirked and said coldly, You still dare to threaten me? I've said that if you cripple your arms and kneel in front of my brother and apologize, I'll give you a quick death. Unfortunately, you don't have a choice. Don't blame me. Lin Xian said coldly. The aura on his body became even stronger. Boom. The elder opposite him suddenly exploded. A goshawk appeared behind him, emitting a purple light like a ferocious beast. It spread its wings and filled the entire space. A powerful and violent force shrouded the surroundings. Whoosh! It wouldn't even be long before he was captured by the Chow family. At that time, his outcome would be even worse. Whether he made a move or not, he would die either way. Why, don't dare? Lin Xian sneered. This is your last chance to live. Zhang Tao's expression was uncertain. He clenched his fists and finally raised his head abruptly. Are you serious? You'll really let me go? Of course, as long as you dare to make a move, Lin Xian said indifferently. Fine. Zhang Tao stood up, pulled out a sharp dagger, and looked at Chow Tong. If he didn't kill him, he would die immediately. If he killed him, he would still have a chance to escape. After weighing the two options, Zhang Tao decided to take a risk. He planned to kill Chow Tong and leave Wind-Seeking City immediately, never to return in this lifetime. Seeing Zhang Tao's decision, Chow Tong's expression became very ugly. He screamed, Zhang Tao, if you dare to kill me, you're dead. Dog, the Chow family won't let you go. Kiki, I've long found you an eyesore. If you weren't the young master of the Chow family, I wouldn't have bothered with you. You're just a little kid, How dare you order me around? Go to hell. Since he decided to kill, Zhang Tao went crazy. He laughed sinisterly and pounced on Qiao Tong. The dagger in his hand bloomed with a terrifying light. Qiao Tong was so scared that his face turned pale. He was just a young man, his cultivation wasn't strong at all. Usually he relied on his family's status to bully others. Now his bodyguard was dead. He had no way to resist at all. The crowd was also frightened. They didn't expect things to develop to this stage. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed. It was like a blue ice thread, instantly piercing the back of Zhang Tao's head. Buzz. Zhang Tao died in an instant. His body quickly froze and turned into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Zhang Tao was less than a foot away from Qiao Tong. If he was a step later, he would have succeeded. Seeing Zhang Tao dead, Qiao Tong heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with hostility. He raised his hand and smashed the ice sculpture, shattering it. Ka-ka-ka. The human-shaped ice sculpture shattered and turned into ice shards. Zhang Tao's body also shattered into countless pieces. The crowd gasped and stepped back. They looked at the cultivation room in horror. At this moment, a figure appeared in the cultivation room and stood in the middle. It was a tall woman in a blue dress. She was extremely sexy. She held a frost flower in her hand and looked coldly at Lin Xian. You can't touch the people of the Qiao family. Her voice was cold. It was like an icy wind blowing, causing people to shiver. You're from the Qiao family? Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and frowned. Isn't it important? You've killed enough people. It's time to stop. The woman shook her head slightly. Sister Lingsu, kill him. You must kill him. When Qiao Tong saw the woman, he became excited again and became extremely arrogant. He killed my servant and wants my life. I must kill him. Sister Lingsu, you crippled his martial arts. I want to treat him like a dog and keep him by my side. I want him to suffer inhumane torture every day. Qiao Tong's face was filled with viciousness as he gritted his teeth. You heard it too. Do you think I'll let him go? Lin Xian's expression was cold. There was a strong murderous aura around him. He's just a child who doesn't know any better. Why don't you stop now? The woman in the blue dress said. You can vent your anger and save your life. This is the wise choice. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.